Honorable members, we are recommencing Finance Committee to consider the appropriation bill financial years 2026 and 2027, Bill 2025, and continue the witness taking for the bill. But before starting, I would call on the Honorable Premier to open us in prayer.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, let us bow our heads and open our hearts. We pray, dear Lord, as we start this working week, that you guide us to continue to deliberate in this honorable House under the auspice of Finance Committee, to review with prudence and collaboration and intelligence, all for the betterment of this country that we hold dear. We ask, Lord, we send thoughts and prayers to those who have lost members of their family in recent days. In this case, this morning, we acknowledge the loss of Ms. Frida Blake from West Bay. One of her daughters is on the FSS staff in Treasury, Ms. Asna Blake. We pray, dear Lord, over the family. We extend sincere sympathies, and it reminds us, dear Lord, that life is precious and we must look after each other. In that spirit, let us, colleagues, say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Please be seated. Colleagues, I hope that yourselves and your families had a restful and productive weekend. And as we were on Friday, having not dealt with two of the items on the agenda that we had distributed to all honorable members, we will lead off with financial services, the Minister of Financial Services and Commerce. The Honorable Premier has distributed a statement and a working document by appropriation group with detailed information for the benefit of members. So at this point, I would call on the Honorable Premier to open us with a short statement to outline the outputs that we will be considering in this ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, per the arrangements that we have agreed with the opposition, that we will, each minister will give a short opening statement of the overarching vision over the next 2 years. And I've advised each of the ministers that follow behind me to also do the same with each of their ministries. Also before members, as you indicated, is a table that outlines each appropriation with details, and also a row that sets out the variance between 25 and 26 or 27. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll read opening statement, which should be now in the hands of all members. The Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting and enabling the Cayman Islands being a globally recognized international financial services center of excellence. This statement is not just about maintaining and continuing to bolster our reputation on the world stage. It's about ensuring that our economy remains strong and resilient for the benefit of every Caymanian, directly or indirectly. Thus, it is worth pausing to recognize just how central financial services are to our economic and fiscal stability. The financial services industry is the single largest contributor to our national income and one of the most important sources of stable government revenue. It helps to pay for schools, healthcare, policing, social programs, roads, and other critical infrastructure. When the global environment becomes more uncertain, the strength of this sector is one of the reasons Cayman has been able to avoid the more severe fiscal pressures seen elsewhere. The sector's impact is not confined to balance sheets. Financial services directly and indirectly supports thousands of jobs across the islands. And they are a major driver of high-skill, high-wage employment for Caymanians. The industry is also one of the largest employers of women and a significant source of professional opportunities for young Caymanians returning from study overseas. The effects ripple across the domestic economy. Financial services activities sustain the demand for legal, accounting, technology, compliance, marketing, IT, human resources, and hospitality services. Our status as a leading financial center supports a broad ecosystem of professional services, and that ecosystem, in turn, supports local entrepreneurship as well as medium to small businesses. In short, when financial services are strong and well-regulated, the whole country benefits. Protecting and modernizing this sector is not a niche concern of industry. It's a core public interest priority. The 26-27 budget for the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce is designed to strengthen our position and to address the risk ahead. First, through our core policy and legislative units, we will continue to strengthen the regulatory framework for financial services, commerce, aviation, and maritime affairs, and intellectual property. This includes work on beneficial ownership transparency, tax cooperation, and alignment with international standards on anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. The objective is clear: to keep Cayman off adverse lists, to minimize the risk of sanctions or market access restrictions, and to preserve our reputation as a high-quality, compliant financial center. Second, we are investing in data, technology, and business process modernization across the ministry. These investments will support the transition to outcome-based budgeting by improving our ability to track performance, monitor risk, and report meaningfully to the Parliament and the public. These investments and innovations will also make it easier for businesses and individuals to interact with our agencies, reducing delays and improving service quality. Third, the budget continues and expands support for small and medium-sized enterprises, entrepreneurial development, and export readiness. Through agencies such as the Cayman Islands Center for Business Development, we will help local businesses access advisory services, training, and programs that support innovation and growth. This is an essential complement to our international financial services work. A strong offshore sector must sit alongside a vibrant domestic economy that offers real opportunities for Caymanians. Fourth, we will deepen our work on illicit finance and financial crime risk. The new Office for Strategic Action on Illicit Finance, OSIF, will continue to coordinate national efforts in preparation for the next round of FATF assessments and to assist in building capacity across supervisory and law enforcement partners. Housed within the ministry, OSIF consolidates the country's strategic leadership, interagency coordination, and operational delivery in anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and counter-proliferation financing under one roof. This is not only about satisfying international examiners. It is also about protecting Cayman's economy and society from the real harms associated with illicit finance. To focus briefly on preparation for the FATF fifth round, OSIF is conducting a gap analysis on our current position against each FATF standard, and it's working with each agency or authority where they are doing their own gap analysis. From the gap analysis, OSIF will develop and track progress on action plans to meet the relevant standard where there is a gap. OSIF is working on technical requirements to update legislation where necessary, including revisions to the AML, anti-money laundering regulations. OSIF is also coordinating training across agencies, the private sector, and monitoring reports and mutual evaluation reports, MERs, coming out of other countries. Finally, through our overseas offices and stakeholder engagement programs, we will maintain an active external presence. This is particularly important in an area where international tax, trade, and regulatory policies are evolving rapidly. Proactive engagement helps to ensure that Cayman's interests are understood and considered rather than decided for us in other capitals. Broad Outcome 3, therefore, drives the government's efforts to build a diversified economy that supports prosperity and innovation across all sectors. To be clear, the local financial services industry is comprised of several strong sectors: funds, insurance, trust, and banking. Therefore, when we say build a diversified, quote unquote, it is in the sense that among our core industries, we aim to expand the breadth of sectors to seize opportunities in emerging areas that are complementary, chiefly reinsurance, tech, and family offices. For instance, reinsurance provides a significant opportunity for the Cayman Islands. Due to our highly regulated framework and our strong standing as an investment funds global leader, there is a convergence of insurance and asset management that the Cayman Islands is in prime position to develop a solid local reinsurance ecosystem that can create high-valued private and public sector jobs, boost the country's reputation, increase government revenue, motivate charitable contributions such as towards scholarships, and local access to greater insurance expertise, which can assist with domestic challenges such as the cost of home insurance. The ministry will therefore lead a robust initiative to obtain qualified jurisdiction status under the U.S.-based National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Taken together, the ministry's budget reflects a strategy to strengthen the foundations of the financial services industry, expand to newer complementary sectors, enhance access to financial services, and encourage innovation that supports local business growth and entrepreneurship. This budget is about more than just numbers. It's about investing in the future of our people and businesses. By prioritizing initiatives that improve service delivery, foster entrepreneurship, and ensure a stable business environment, we are taking concrete steps to support the economic well-being of every Caymanian. This budget serves as a roadmap for creating a stronger, more inclusive economy. The shift towards outcome-based budgeting is integral to this process. With outcome-based budgeting, we ensure that our investments are not only aligned with national priorities, but also focused on achieving measurable impacts. This approach moves us beyond traditional budgeting and places a strong emphasis on the delivery of results with enhanced transparency, accountability, and value for money. It empowers us to directly link our financial resources to tangible improvements in services, infrastructure, and the opportunities available to our people. Through this, we are building a more responsive and responsible government that works with all stakeholders, public and private alike. In moving forward with this budget, we are not just preparing for the next fiscal year, we are laying the groundwork for long-term sustainable growth that benefits every individual, family, and business in the Cayman Islands. A high-level overview of each appropriation for the ministry shall be distributed and has been distributed to members, which includes an explanatory note for various budget variances between 2025 and 26/27. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Premier. Recognize the member from Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize that we shine away a little bit from conventions in respect to the Finance Committee process with the offerings of statements, but in alignment with the agreement amongst members, as the Premier said. Allow me a short opportunity to give a few words to the current process of Finance Committee. Mr. Chairman, this government has sold to the public on a mandate of honesty and transparency. The Premier has previously and repeatedly stated that they want to be held accountable. Yet the commitment made to this House and to this country to hear full, detailed policy exposure from every minister during the pivotal budget debate was strategically avoided. The Premier not only managed the clock, he allowed the premature shutdown of the budget debate itself. This is a clear maneuver to evade scrutiny and subvert the established parliamentary conventions of this
Member, this is not a response to the Premier. This is a reopening of a debate in the House.
No, sir, as you...
And there is no requirement for any member during any debate to debate. The budget debate was delivered by me, and every other person then has an opportunity as to whether they contribute. And ministers have, as you know, many, many avenues to elucidate on what their particular ministries are going to do. What we agreed was you were going to give a quick reply to the statement made by the Premier. This is getting back to Parliament and what was discussed in Parliament. We're now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, the details upon which is in this light item has to do with the budget debate and is therefore unavoidable for mentions of the debate process on the budget to be mentioned. Now, Mr. Chairman, as we discussed earlier, you are the authority to this committee, and I cannot challenge your ruling. But if I am not allowed, as we agree... I
simply want you to contribute to the response to what the Premier has said that his vision is for financial services.
Mr. Chairman, if best appropriate for me to then file the motion of a debate on the CBO1, I'm happy to take that step, where the standing orders allow the privilege of each member of this House to formally open and have an opportunity to respond. Now, I know we're in uncharted waters because we've already started to go against convention because of the government's lack of detail on their portfolios, why we're having ministers open with a statement now. And as I discussed with you before the opening, the opportunity to respond as to the concerns of that, I was reading and I was interrupted as if you're ruling as chair for this Finance Committee against the standing principles of convention and Erskine May and our standing orders, I have no other way than to accept and then formally use the privileges awarded to me under the standing orders to file a debate on the CBO1. I am at your mercy, Mr. Chairman. I would like to proceed. Thank you. The Premier did not just manage the clock. He allowed the premature shutdown of the budget debate itself. This is a clear maneuver to evade scrutiny and subvert established parliamentary conventions. The failure runs deep, Mr. Chairman. The government also strategically allowed each one of their ministers to evade presenting the vision for their portfolios during the strategic policy statement debate, ensuring that the good people of this country would not hear the specifics of their plans. This after waiting a half a year to hear those plans, Mr. Chairman. It should be highlighted, though, that even when the government expanded the law, amended the law for the time frame for the SPS to be extended, the government still did not give the full details. Consequently, the country is left entirely in the dark, with no clear understanding of the direction of the next fiscal cycle. And thus far, Mr. Chairman, if it wasn't for the detailed line of questioning in this Finance Committee by the opposition, the country would not know most of what it knows now. Take Water Authority, for example. Nowhere and at no time did the minister or the premier say that it intended to increase the cost of the most important thing to human life, that being water. Mr. Chairman, the idea presented to this Parliament that the good people of this country should read a 1,500-page budget and strategic documents in order to know where the NCFC government will be taking this country is an outright insult. The members of this government know full well that the citizens of this country are too busy trying to keep their heads above water than to go through such a painstaking exercise. And Mr. Chairman, even if they did, most members of the public will not have the technical know-how to translate or interpret what it means to the everyday outcomes in their lives. Mr. Chairman, we in the opposition are starting to understand the truth and the hidden motive behind this deceitful maneuver. The government's apparent fear of transparency and secrecy regarding the implementation of a massive list of new and additional taxes and fees, much of which was not detailed before we came to Finance Committee, but merely outlined with little specifics. The purpose of shutting down the debate was to hide the truth from the people, because they were actively trying to persuade the public that these taxes would not directly affect them. The very little detail offered was designed to manage public perception, knowing full well that the complete disclosure would expose their deceit and lead to a disparaging opposition rebuttal. It's an absurd idea, Mr. Chairman, that the list of taxes and fees that are only now being detailed in Finance Committee would not be passed on to the average consumer. That is blatantly untrue. It was only during the rigorous Finance Committee process, through persistent and strategic questioning by the opposition, that we are able to pull out the fact that the government will be increasing the cost of living through the various new and increased fees across the country. And we have only examined 3 ministers thus far. Crucially, Mr. Chairman, these taxes and fees were not even calculated in the official economic and statistics outlined in the budget and the SPS forecast. What happened to the commitment of an evidence-driven approach or fiscal responsibility? The government's own forecast outlined a 2.3% inflation rate, but by introducing these uncalculated fees, they are knowingly acting in a way that will increase the national inflation rate and further escalate the already crushing cost of living for the people of the Cayman Islands. Can you imagine this? After saying that their #1 big-ticket item for the government was lowering the cost of living. Really? Well, Mr. Chairman, this government's strategic deceit is magnified by its direct attack on the hardest-working citizens, while they are actively pushing new taxes and fees that would inevitably spike inflation and increase the cost of living for everyone. They have simultaneously declared that there will be no cost of living for our dedicated civil servants. While we anticipate that the private sector may offer some adjustments, luckily for them, the government is failing their own workforce. They are manufacturing inflation with one hand, and with the other, they are handing their employees a pay cut in real terms. This is not just poor planning, Mr. Chairman. It is a betrayal of the very public servants responsible for running the government that they hide behind. Mr. Chairman, by shutting down the debate and withholding these details, the Premier ensured that the ministers were never forced to publicly detail what they were going to do with the billions of dollars that were allocated to them, and the painful increased financial burdens being placed on our citizens to cover those budgets. But the reckless political games go deeper than just secrecy. These proposed taxes and fees are not just going to inflict pain. They're being relied upon to balance this entire budget and meet revenue projections for the next year and the year after. Yet serious questions have been raised regarding the feasibility and legality of some of these large revenue measures. Given the government is already projecting such a small margin of surplus in 2026 and 2027, what happens if they cannot legally implement some of these specific taxes and fees? The Premier's silence leaves us facing a very real possibility of a potential deficit. And if this deficit occurs, my next question answers itself. Will this government-only solution be to inflict more taxes on the people of this country? The Premier's actions are totally opposite from the honesty and transparency he promised that we would see from his government. Mr. Chairman, I asked the Premier directly, why did you tell the country that your ministers would explain in full detail what they are doing and then deliberately ensure that they never got a chance to do so? Since the Premier has full authority over his cabinet, his failure to deliver on this promise gives a stark indication to this House and to the country. Either he is complicit in the secrecy or he has lost the power to control his own cabinet ministers. Either way, Mr. Chair, it's quite concerning. The Premier must explain to this honorable House why the country has been denied clear explanations of what they will be doing with the people's $2.5 billion budget. This is not a political game. This statement is an act of holding them accountable, Mr. Chair. Exactly what the Premier claimed he wanted. The Premier committed to a deliver or explain framework. Well, you and most of your ministers never delivered the details, and now it's time for you to explain. Explain the deception, explain this betrayal of trust, and finally respond to the challenge and provide the accountability that the people are asking for, deserve, and that you promised. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to add those remarks. I don't think I'll have to respond to any other statements moving forward, but it had to be said.
Members, before I open the specific output groups of the Ministry for Financial Services, I think we ought to remember that in a debate, any and everything can be said with a lot of bluster and blunder. And I do mean blunder, not thunder. And our system, for the listening public, and perhaps for some members, our system is designed that the detailed scrutiny of this entire budget happens in Finance Committee. It does not happen in a budget debate. For any and anything can be said in a debate. It is just during this process that we go output group by output group so that members ask the specific questions, and it is done publicly so that the public gets the explanation of its budget. We're at this stage, and no member under my chairmanship has had any right curtailed. In fact, some may say I've been a little too lenient with the length of time that some of the budgets have been scrutinized. However, I would rather that scrutiny than to say that I shut any members or members down. And so we are now in the midst of Finance Committee, and this is the opportunity for all members to be able to elucidate to the public and the committee, via this committee, precisely what is being approved, because this is the people's budget. And so ministers being able to ensure that the public at this point understand what we are debating, what we are questioning, versus the public trying to recall of last week what was said in often a 90 to 120-minute debate, in my opinion, offered little to no assistance to the public. I dare say, the way I left this Parliament 12 years ago, where ministers opened every time and gave a short presentation to their ministries, is the better way. However, history will have to test us. I now ask, are there any questions on FSC 20, Framework for the Functioning of the Financial Services Industry? 2026, $9,398,399. 2027, $10,181,302. Are there any questions? Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if this would be the right title to line item to ask the Premier to provide us with just an update on the overseas offices.
Honorable Premier.
Not specifically, but I'll take the question now. So the overseas offices continue. We have a major presence in Singapore, which covers Asia. So it's located in Singapore, but it covers Asia. Brussels is covered from the London office as the representative to the EU, works out of the London office and transfers back and forth, which offers us a cost saving in addition to having both locations covered because the London office is always there. And in terms of the United States office, we do have a presence there. A rep is still to be hired after it's left, but we have constant engagement with the U.S. via either myself on trips or also through stakeholder engagement through Cayman Finance.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the offices, not the U.S. office, but Brussels, London, and Asia, are they fully staffed?
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Honourable Minister give us an overview of what consultation was done with the financial services industries with the new proposed increase in fees?
Honorable Premier.
It depends on which fee, because there are different multiple groups within financial services. So, for example, take the increase in Class A bank license fees. That was done by CIBA, the Bankers Association. So it depends on which fee, because there are different subsectors.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to know if you consulted with all the sectors within the fee structure that would fall in your remit, whether it be banking, financial services, lawyers, accountants. I was trying to confirm that the industry is fully aware and accepting of these fees, or has there been any concerns? Because they could have concerns and say, no, we don't like it, but if the government is just saying, you know, they have had that, but we're still pushing forward. I'm trying to understand how we got to the place of agreement with these.
Honorable Premier.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, I understand the question now. In an overall sense, there's been consultation on the fees. Some consultations are still ongoing in terms of, say, the accountants, in terms of the brackets to make sure that they're set right and you're motivating the right behaviors. But overall, each of the subsectors have had consultation. What often then occurs is once it goes industry-wide, meaning everybody outside of associations, because not everybody's on each association's council, you may get additional feedback, but overall, there has been consultation.
Honourable Member, continuing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any concerns, Minister, that there may be negative effects from the increase in these fees on the industry in any way?
Honourable Premier.
I don't have overall concerns, particularly because we're still, as I said, for a few categories, just ironing a few things out. So I'm relatively confident that we will get to a position where, one, there will be fees that will be palatable to the industry, and that, two, would not be passed on to the consumer.
Thank you. Last follow-up in this area. If you find a situation after your completed consultation period with the relevant stakeholders that they are not happy or feel that there may be a negative impact if you do increase the fees, what will that mean then to the budget forecasting? Because obviously these listed fees are being used to balance the budget projections. Have you given any thought to that?
I always give thought to that, and as I said before, I'm relatively confident it will be fine, but there are also a couple other measures that I have in mind that I'm also exploring in the event that there needs to be an additional amount to cover a gap.
Thank you. Can you give a list of what those other measures that you have in mind so that...
Because we have been transparent, they go back to the area of banking that we discussed in this Honorable House in terms of a rate of foreign exchange. So there are other things that have been tested I'm still going to continue to work on, even if this balances, to try to improve the situation in 26 and 27.
Is the foreign exchange the only area of consideration?
No, there are others. So we spoke about reinsurance. So if we're continuing to march down that road, the Class Bs are the captive insurance. The Class Ds and a particularly new class could come online in 2026. So there are other areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any, Mr. Member for Red Bay, Mr. Roy Tatum?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one comment and then a question, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that there's a number of areas where there's question marks around in terms of revenue measures. So I'm really hoping by the end of Finance Committee we're a bit more certain about some of these. But my question is going back to the overseas offices. The Premier might recall a number of years ago when discussions around overseas offices, especially in Europe, was being discussed, that the financial services and business sectors that were involved in the meeting, I do believe he was there as well, the strong feel and thinking was that we needed to have a presence on the ground in Brussels. So I'm just wondering how satisfied are we that this arrangement is actually working, and would we not be better doing what other territories have done, which is, yes, they have an office in London, but they also have someone on the ground in Brussels to maintain the relationship on a daily basis and to build those strong ties. So looking to see what your thoughts are about actually moving to the point where we have someone on the ground, and how is the arrangement now working?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Good question. From our perspective, the arrangement is working just fine. Because now, post-Brexit, the UK is no longer part of the EU, that makes arrangements to create an office more difficult and more costly and more expensive. In addition to that, we have found that it's not wholly necessary. The primary business stakeholders are actually in London. That's where you get the concerns and the questions about the future. The rep can then travel easily on a 2-hour train ride to Brussels to meet with any stakeholders in the event there are any pertinent questions. But in my experience, what matters more to the individual high-level stakeholders in the EU is that they see the minister, not a representative. They know that the representative is only carrying out instructions as a civil servant, which is why you will see me sometimes get criticized for traveling. But what matters more to those stakeholders is that they sit in front of the policymaker to understand the direction of travel. From that standpoint, I'm very comfortable.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Premier, you will never hear a complaint from me about you traveling, sir. I well know and understand the importance of that. I do recall well a prominent individual within the EU saying to a team led by then Alden McLaughlin how happy he was to see the Premier of the Cayman Islands actually coming to speak with them. So I know the importance of that. But I also recall what I heard at the time about the importance of being on the ground, not just to for relationships with the stakeholders, the business stakeholders, but with the movers and shakers and the powers within the European Union itself, to creating those relationships and helping them better understand what the Cayman Islands is about, which is the reason why Bermuda has an office there. I do believe the BVI as well. But I will leave that at that, sir, because I do believe we're missing an opportunity, and we need to make sure we're not being penny wise and pound foolish. So thank you very much, sir.
Premier?
Mr. Chair, I am confident we are not missing anything. Number one, each of those other overseas offices that are in those other countries, we all talk. With communication these days of Zoom calls and WhatsApps, they can exchange information. The rep's job is to soften the ground of the principle that is coming. So the rep does not have to be there every day. As long as the rep is making contact at their level, at a bureaucratic level, not really seeing the principal, because as I said previously, the other principal is looking to see me. So once the ground is softened and the introductions are there and it's lined up for my trip or chief officer's trip, we are absolutely fine.
One final question on that, sir, because I'm not sure, I do not know. Is there a dedicated rep for Europe in the London office? And if so, who is that person? In other words, that the Europe is their focus.
Premier?
That is Ms. Julie Campbell, who's in post now, and we'll be seeing her next week, provided we get through Finance Committee.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a procedural matter. What is your structured way of dealing with the appropriations today? Just because I do have some questions that fall a little further down the appropriation list.
So we will take the votes now and we'll proceed to that point.
Okay.
So since there are no further questions, pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve FSC 20, Framework for the Functioning of the Financial Services Industry, in the amounts of $9,398,399 in 2026 and $10,181,302 in 2027, that those items on the schedule form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. FSC 22, Registers of Corporate and Vital Information. There are no questions.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Company registrar? Yeah? Okay. Just a couple of questions on the company registry. We've been getting a lot of, or some feedback that the general registry, it's been a very difficult at times to get anyone to answer the phone. And no one responds to the CBP help desk email as well. We're getting complaints that self-managing corporations can take up to or over 2 weeks because of the response time. Does the company registry have a target completion time they use as a guide? I guess that'd be the first question.
Honorable Premier.
Yes, typically it's 3 to 5 days on an ordinary basis, business days, and if sent on an express basis, then it'd be 1 business day, which you pay extra for.
Okay. Do you?
Honorable Member, continuing.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and to the Honorable Minister, have you received recently any updates on whether they're achieving these targets or what their average response time is?
Yes, and that's part of the reason why we're investing in systems. The existing system, I think, has reached near its end of life, and we need to update the system because it's not working as efficiently as it should be.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, that's good news. Can the Minister say whether or not, or how many, or whether or not there is enough dedicated resources working on applications sent via the portal?
Honorable Premier.
I think we are trying to increase the staff complement slightly to give additional hands on deck in addition. So it's part systems, it's part personnel.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we're going down the right road. It seems as if we recognize these issues. Last question on that is that the CBP portal does not allow for Section 80 companies or companies limited by guarantees to be processed, and it forces a user to create shareholders, which is not a feature of the Section 80 company. Section 80 incorporations, as we know, have to be submitted manually, and that process can take several weeks. Has that been identified and being dealt with?
That's one of the areas of improvement, for sure.
Thank you.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Premier say whether or not the new implementation in the company fees will be mandatory for the January? Because you know a lot of the company would already have done their registration and calculations within the financial services reporting. And if they have to now adjust to the new fees that are being proposed, that's a whole lot of work for the industry to do all over again. Has that been considered, and what's the reality so the sector can know?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the company registration fee is increasing in 2027 for that reason, because it's a lot of work. It is tempting because it does yield quite a bit even when you go up by just $100. But we recognize the burden, which I think occurred last year, of having to re-invoice for company fees late in the year. So for that reason, those will feature in 27, so they have no longer notice of it. And now, because it features now as part of 2027 revenue.
Thank you so much, and I think that is a very smart approach, Premier. Just confirming that that is what is registered in the timeline for the budget allocation or revenue allocation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Red Bay, Mr. Roy Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just returning to the improvements that were mentioned a few minutes ago. I have friends, and whenever I see them, I hear some of the similar complaints as the Leader of the Opposition was mentioning. Are there, to the Premier, is there a timeline for these improvements in terms of system improvements, hiring more people to make sure that the levels of service is where it needs to be?
Honorable Premier. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Assuming that the budget passes, it's the first part of the timeline, and we get through here, then yes, the timeline would be to try to commit to complete majority of the technological systems, because in a nutshell, to not try to overcomplicate it, the existing system that is being used has been in place, IT system has been in place for a very long time, and it's now time to upgrade it. That means that the IT professionals have to match the changes in the law and pattern them and code them. So that process is likely to take a few months before it really takes hold. But once that system upgrade is in place, then we're relatively confident that this will move forward. The rest is just hiring the staff.
Mr. Tatum, continuing.
So, Mr. Chair, are we talking by the end of the third quarter next year, by June, July next year? What sort of a time frame do you have in your head,
Yeah,
hopefully?
I'm hoping for Q2 or Q3.
Are there any further questions? As there are no further questions, pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as FSC 22 registers of corporate and vital information in the amounts of $6,246,773 in 2026, $7,001,191 in 2027, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item on the schedule has been approved to form part of the bill. FSC 23, International Cooperation in Tax Matters. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Honorable Minister, I think the only question I have to ask here, is there any end in sight for this as we see this continue to rise every year, $1 million, $2 million, $2.5 million? I think it would be good if the Honorable Minister could just give us an update and perhaps provide some insight on these increases.
Honorable Premier.
I would love to be able to tell the Leader of the Opposition, through you, Mr. Chair, that there is an end in sight, not just for Cayman, but for the entire world, but I don't think so. The continued work of the OECD and the Global Forum will advance. They're looking at every aspect of financial services transactions around the world. In this particular case, for the budget year of 26 and 27, why you will see an increase here is because one of the items that the Department of International Tax Cooperation needs is staff. We recognize that in pre-assessments, when we're stacked against other international financial centers, proportionately, we have far less staff, but have a far greater degree of registered entities. So they need a combination of staff more comparable to the amount of entities, which is a good thing for the Cayman Islands that is actually here. And they also need a system upgrade for the work that's here. As we can see and look at the Global Forum and the OECD's work, tax transparency initiatives will only continue to roll on. It's clear in any G20 statement that you read that this global work continues. So in order for us to keep pace and as much as possible stay away from any adverse list, we have to ensure that we have comparable amount of staff to handle the work and up-to-date systems.
Are there any further questions on FSC 23? As there are no further questions, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item described on the schedule as FSC 23, International Cooperation in Tax Matters, in the amounts of $6,097,213 in 2026, $6,485,502 in 2027 to form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. FSC 36, Trade and Commerce Licensing and Supervision. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Minister. Once again, I won't rehash all of the things I said about General Registry and the responses on emails and telephone calls. I'm getting the feedback that the same is happening with DCI, and as you know, we worked tirelessly to reduce the bureaucracy with DCI and the red tape, and quite often you will find that it is other agencies that request this implementation of further steps to make their job easier. And the argument is, no, you should do your job. Each one of you have a seat on the board. The information is, we went through the legislative changes that allow the passing of information, but specifically, it is my understanding that they recently introduced a requirement for companies to submit a register of shareholders stamped by the company registrar, and we just talked about the challenges that they have. And understanding that the Company Act does not actually require the registry stamp register of shareholders, and the added layers of bureaucracy, response times, the additional pressure that it puts on the register, and the fact that they will not accept a register that was certified by the registered office, despite the fact that the registered office is licensed by SEMA and is subject to audits and very high standards. Are you aware of the situation?
The Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, excellent question. Yes, that observation came to me as well. More importantly, it came to the board's attention, has now been rectified, that a certified copy, just what was the prior practice, is absolutely acceptable. So that situation should be rectified shortly. But more broadly, that's just one example of what you are conveying. There's a bigger piece of work in 26 and 27, which is within the budget, for lack of a better word, to revamp the system. There's bits of legislation that, for historical reasons, have been scattered. Music and Dancing Act, liquor license, and trade and business license. We want to reframe all of it and have a more comprehensive commerce piece of work. I've talked about this before on the radio, but this is just one instance where, again, the bureaucracy of long-standing businesses whose shareholdings never change, having to go every year for a TVL. Once we finalize the final piece of the puzzle for the multi-year licenses, is once we finalize the brackets for the accountants. That's the final fee, and then we can add it within the policy that you can just apply for a 5-year license, and then it'll be incumbent upon you, the business holder, that if there's a change in your shareholding, pick a multifamily business that we know and well, Kirk's, Foster's, then you'd have to then apply for that variation. But it's high time now to cut down that bureaucracy and let people just do it once, like a driver's license, and then you just move on. So there's a big body of work that we're aware of where we see the pain points, and it's time to revamp the entire system around DCI.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to hear that because, as I said, you know, we were at a point where we had reduced bureaucracy there by about 65%, and they won international awards. Well, they won a local award as the best place to work and an international award for customer satisfaction. And it's disheartening to hear now that people are complaining that you can't get answers and that sort of thing. One thing I would, in speaking to those persons, it came to me that a suggestion would be that DCI consider setting up and which we had to do with planning as well when we implemented the online services there. But if they would set up a small business concierge where small businesses can submit majority of their business applications, their licenses, their permits, their company filings, etc., with dedicated account managers and operate similarly to, you know, where CEC has a dedicated area. So they have fixed KPIs, fixed costs, and all that sort of stuff, but it helps them get through the bureaucracy of it all, which sometimes is because of the more complex types of licenses they have to deal with. So I just wanted to offer that suggestion.
Honorable Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a very good suggestion to take on board as we revamp the area. One other thing that occurred to me to be mindful of, which is part of what we're going to have to reconcile. Because as you know, the history of the Department of Commerce, it was really a tool for local business, and it's supposed to be, how can I say, perhaps less burdensome than in the financial services sector. But the area of what's known as DNFBPs, the non-designated financial businesses, real estate, precious metals, not just for Cayman, but for the globe, that has now come under the gaze of the FATF. In fact, in the 5th round, for the first time, world over, they now have a specific standard that they have to hit. So we are going to have to be able to reconcile the fact that they're now turning much more into a regulator, but still balance that with the fact that really these businesses are on a different scale than, say, your JP Morgans and your Goldman Sachs. So there is that balancing act that I wanted you to be aware of, but I take the suggestion on board.
Member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, there has been a significant increase regarding pop-up garages in residential communities. I'm not too sure if you're aware of it. Often without planning approval, of course. And what it's doing is creating a nuisance in the community, and also it's actually a safety hazard situation or safety concern. Can the minister advise whether the government is considering any policy changes to actually strengthen the enforcement powers so that agencies have greater teeth to address unlicensed or unauthorized complaints when it comes to garages?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's not just garages. There are multiple mobile businesses popping up. There's even a mobile garage. So what we're having to do is to try to come to grips with enforcement around this new mode of doing business and pop-up garages to have greater enforcement tools. It will sometimes, I'm not passing the buck, but sometimes it'll take a multi-agency approach to make sure that everybody is coordinated. Because sometimes you'll go to one agency and they'll say, well, that's not under me, that's under police. Well, then they'll go another one and say, well, that's DCI. So we need to have a greater multi-pronged approach to go out for these illicit activities.
Member for George.
She finished.
Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Premier. I think you have hit the nail on the head as the multi-agency approach. But I think we know what the problem is. The question is whether or not there's a commitment for creating such a thing to be effective. And I know that you share the same feelings as I do, and I know one particular person who shares the same feeling, and that's the Honorable Member from Savannah, about these infractions and a small business perspective, particularly in neighborhoods. So am I hearing a commitment from yourself to create a multi-agency task force to deal with infractions for small businesses or businesses, period?
Mayor?
Not necessarily increase bureaucracy and create another agency, but make sure that they're all working together. I think the right word might be, say, task force. I think that's the word you use, to make sure they're joined up, not just physically, but their data. And also data separately, even from a customer service standpoint. You'll have somebody ask you for the birth certificate. Why? It's with the registry. So we need greater data sharing from a customer experience, but also from an enforcement experience, and then they're able to agree that they're going to work on problems together and not just say, well, that law falls under the police, this one falls under the DCI, and then only one agency responds. So I think it wouldn't be another creation of an agency, but an MOU task force that we're going to agree to work on these particular infractions that are known and seen throughout the community.
Thank you, Premier, through you, Mr. Chairman. Just elaborating on the garage or furthering the garage concern. There is pop-up illegal garages, and then there is actual legal garages. For example, and I will not say the neighborhood because there's only one of them there, so the persons will know who I'm talking about. But we have a garage legally licensed in a neighborhood on Crew Road. And during the tenure as being minister, I was quite upset. My community called me. I went down there. I was like, what's this garage popping up here in this neighborhood? And they rightfully just took the license out and said, no, I have a license by DCI. So it questions whether our framework, and I think this gets into the zoning of low density, high density, and the cross-section approach. I think that we may have it a little bit wrong because we have licenses being approved in Maybe it's in high density just because it's in the central part of Georgetown, but it's still a neighborhood, and then no people are questioning where these businesses pop up. You have small neighborhoods have small roads, and then they have the cars parked on the side of the road, and then nobody can get through their neighborhoods and so forth. And I think that DCI needs to improve its enforcement, not only when somebody calls, but go out and look for it. That's trying to address the broken window syndrome. And I guess this is not a question, but I'm asking that they take a more proactive approach rather than waiting on calls. I'm not suggesting that they're not, but the sentiment in the public is that they're not feeling it. Because every day we see illegal business activities across the Cayman Islands, not only in a garage perspective. So I'll stop there, but to move on to my actual question, which is about the music levels infractions in neighborhoods as well. Again, in Georgetown Central, it doesn't seem to be fixing the level. A very senior, well-loved and looked up to community member, Miss Markfield on Markfield Lane, every single night she has to deal with the loud noises. Not by all means, small businesses should have the opportunity to have an entertainment business license, but if they're not enclosing that music into their own premises and disturbing everybody else, I just don't feel that the enforcement arm of this multi-agency approach, because maybe it's because DCI thinks it's the police problem. Police says, well, this is a business licensing problem. Ultimately, we have to do a better job of it, because when we talk about the effects on quality of life for people, it's these small infractions, which is not traditionally a Caymanian way of life. We would not dare disturb our neighbor and just do it with such disregard. And if we do not take a more forceful or proactive approach, the broken window syndrome, eventually you'll see a derelict building, and we've seen them physically now. So I guess that was a rant rather than a question. So hopefully the Premier can say if they're going to be doing anything about music levels, pop-up garages, and then there is also this concern that is growing about mobile car washes. And sometimes you would never know whether they're licensed or not. And when you say mobile, you have car washes that are mobile and licensed, but they stay at the same spot every single day. You can go there and find that same car wash company there. And I think people are circumventing what mobile car wash was intended for. And the people who are suffering are those who put in the major investment in paying higher licensing fees and government taxes to have a stationary one. And it's practically undermining much of the car wash industry, if I dare say. And there's a lot of environmental concerns as well with the chemicals being used by these car washes, where they do it, whether it's going into the water line system or not. I think the parameters of that maybe need to be examined. Maybe I should bring a motion, but I'm only bringing these to your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Several items to unpack in that. I'll go in the order that I remember. In relation to, say, whether it's garages and where they're located, this is where, when we try to revamp it, we need the multi-agency approach. Because if it comes to the Trade and Business License Board and it's been vetted as, say, planning that the density was fine for that business, then the board doesn't really question beyond that. So if it's a restaurant and environmental health goes and checks and gives a relevant certificate to say the restaurant is fine, then DCI accepts that. So then DCI is in an awkward position to go and enforce if they're holding a certificate from another agency to say this was fine. So all of you all need to start talking together before this is approved to make sure that everything stacks up. That might cause a bit more pain in the process, because then people might have to wait a little bit longer for the license, but at least we know the product is more solid. The point about the number of garages points to a whole other body of work, and car washes is, do we get to a point in the country, and this is a question, let's talk about it openly, where there's a moratorium on certain businesses. How many when I saw the list of how many mobile car washes there are, can we verify and say that they're all washing cars? Does everybody know who everybody is? And this is another big piece of work, and we might as well talk about it openly, is fronting. Is the 60-40 rule in this country actually working? It's the opposite. Do we need a whole other framework? I'm just throwing it out there for the House. Because you will be stunned, maybe I should bring it to show you the list of mobile garages, mobile vendors, but I'm sure maybe some of you can maybe name 10. Easy. But now it's into the hundreds. Who are all these people? What are they doing? Do we have a track of all this? So this is why, in this case, and some people might be surprised to hear me say this, in other countries as well, the FATF is not necessarily wrong in saying who's behind each of these businesses, who are the beneficial owners. So I think for ourselves, for our Caymanians, if you're listening to them, they're saying, Minister, opposition leader, you sure that this 60% is owned by a Caymanian in that business? I think it's a whole set of a wide open field that we have to come to grips with in the country.
Mr. Chairman.
I have to take members
sorry.
in order.
Yeah, that's...
Member from Georgetown East, Bordentown West, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, member from Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I should say, I think what we've done here is identify this issue and this problem. It is far bigger and far wider than I think we have ever appreciated. I have to say that, for the first time, I'm being asked to get involved in my communities because of illegal operations, car repair shops and body repair shops. I had one only just 2 weeks ago, and I got the DCI and the DEH involved, and I'm happy to say that, they did take care of it, and it was shut down. But the latest one I got was just Saturday of an illegal operation up on Crew Road in my constituency that been operating there, and, could very well be, some sort of threat to the safety of people who live in the neighborhood. So I've got to go to DCI again and probably the NRA or someone or DEH to get them to look into it. It needs urgent addressing, I think. And that's just my observation from what I see taking place today. Thank you for that little bit of input, sir.
Thank you. Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, just on average, roughly, how many prosecutions do DCI engage in per year?
Honorable Premier.
I'd be happy to get that number and provide it for you. That isn't a stat I would have necessarily to hand.
Thank you. Well, one number in particular that I would like for you to focus on for me also. There was an incident several years back where someone was running an illegal gas station in Prospect area that almost blew up the entire neighborhood. Now, OFREG was dealing with one part of it, but I understand that these individuals were actually business people also. And operating, I went there the night, it literally almost blew up the entire neighborhood. And I would still like to know what prosecution was done, because running an illegal gas station next to residential homes, yeah, I was there the night, I saw it myself. I would still like to know what happened to those individuals, because it's one thing to be going after a garage, but as the member for Georgetown Central say, you make a garage slide, then a gas station pops up. And I can tell you, nobody wants a gas station, a legal gas station beside them. So I'm curious to know what was the outcome of that incident, because people should have gone to jail for that.
Premier.
The chief officer is here. I'll get an undertaking to get that information, bring it back to you. But needless to say, from all the comments so far, reform in this area is ripe. And I don't want to throw the civil service completely under the bus and say that they're clueless and they're not all working together, but I do think we need a much more formalized multi-agency approach that has teeth.
Member from Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the conversation was going on earlier about illegal garages and a variety of other businesses, my cell phone started popping off. I had a number of constituents contact me about the exact same concern, and I'll just read what one said is, what about the commercial fishing boats in residential areas? So if you could add that to your list as well, please. Sorry?
In canals and so forth?
Yes.
Sure.
Thanks.
Are there any further questions? No further questions. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approved the item on the schedule described as FSC 36 Trade and Commerce Licensing and Supervision in the amounts of $2,706,178 in 2026 and $3,213,897 in 2027 to form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item stands part of the schedule to the bill. FSC 37, International Engagement for Financial Services. There are no questions. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as FSC 37, International Engagement for Financial Services in the amounts of $1,883,321 in 2026 and $1,819,864 in 2027 to form part of the bill. Please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. FSC 38, Support for Small Businesses. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is a new appropriation.
Broken out, yes.
Can you remind the committee what the numbers were for 2024-25?
Honorable Premier.
This is FSC 38, right?
I think on the spreadsheet, it just, because it's a new number.
So this small business, I'll get the number because it would have, hold on, I'll get the number. Yeah, this was under a different ministry in 24-25. So this Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce didn't have it in the last term. It was under Investment, Innovation, and Social Development. So I don't have it to hand because it wasn't part of this ministry, but I could try to find it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, thank the Minister. And I do believe that it's a fairly decent increase. If my memory serves me, it was around $500,000 in previous years, and this is very good news for me. As you know, I am passionate about that center, creating that center, and passionate about small business and Caymanian entrepreneurs. I was also delighted to read in the handout you gave out about some of the new initiatives being done, and I've lost, where did I go with that now? The Export Development Program, which is fantastic. That was something that we were looking at when we formed the center. Just to say that the UK Treasury Office was very keen on this, and they at that time had committed to working with the center on that, and also I remember even offering office space in Hong Kong and all sorts of things. So that's fantastic news. And the Genius program, seems like another worthy program if you want to speak to it to say a little bit more. But my question to you, once I give you an opportunity to speak to it, my question is, are we at a point yet where the Center for Business Development can provide an ROI to the country, where my idea is that and this was the intention, where they can say that, listen, we have helped create 25 new companies, they have imported X amount of product, X amount of work permits, etc. Do we have sight of that ROI yet, A? And B, as we all know, the biggest hurdle for any small business in Cayman is financing. Does the government have any intentions of putting any programs in place, whether with the Class A banks or through other means? Does the government have any intentions of providing programs for the center, for clients of the center to access financing?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, this is an area where there's no point reinventing the wheel. It came from Mr. Hugh in his time, and it's one of the areas that I'm more than happy and have been happy over the years to try to increase as much as possible because of the reasons that are the foundation of your question, of how it impacts and the cohort of young Caymanis that have come through. And I shouldn't even say young, new businesses, because they could be of any age. And the success rate. So now I do think we're at the rate for 26, 27 to provide that ROI details, because there are phenomenal success stories that have come through businesses. You'll see it on social media that people have just needed that start, either not necessarily sometimes financially, but just how do you start a business? They may have the concept and the idea in their head, but how do you put together articles of association, all the filings that go through it? The center is amazing. It's also amazing in terms of its staff. It's a success story that now has become led by a Caymanian director who's been in training and had that succession plan and that vision from the beginning, Ms. Thais. So it's fantastic. So yes, in addition to these programs, which they have gone out and sourced, this isn't the ministry top down, they have researched how they can continue to elevate themselves. From memory, they're working with at least one Class A bank, but we're trying to get other Class A banks to come on board for that initial startup capital. Because all of the cohort want to be independent. So they're just looking for that start of either knowledge or small financing once they know that their business plan is sound to just get going. So this is why you'll see the increase in the area.
Honorable Member for Borden Down West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, and just expanding on the point that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition just made. When I look at Siemens stats with regards to Q1 2020, which is just prior to the COVID pandemic, I noticed that the total loans in the production, manufacturing, and construction sector was $382 million US. And 5 years later, at the end of Q1 2025, the amount was actually $369 million US, which, I mean, there's been a lot of activity since then, but as you can directly see, that there is issue in terms of businesses obtaining finances based on what the banks have been lending, and considering that some of those loans that have been paid down during that period of time, when you're looking at the gross, these are net loans, so that would mean that gross loans would have been a little bit different. I know one of the things that the government is looking at is concerning, again, using back certain guarantees and certain initiatives, especially with regards to the construction industry. And I think based on these numbers, it definitely requires some kind of intervention to at least to make sure that we find ways to incentivize financing, because at the end of the day, it comes down to one simple rule. The only way to grow any country is to have policies to expand the middle class. And the two ingredients needed to expand the middle class is access to capital and access to credit. And we need to sit down and find ways where we can start helping our own Caymanian people. And as we said, start looking at ways that we can start creating our own Caymanian millionaires.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the member makes an excellent point. And that's why you see these additional programs listed in the spreadsheet, because part of the motivation is the bank seeing that these are viable businesses. So the bank is there to make money. So a number of these businesses, when they came forward for the one Class A bank now, have been able to sustain their loan package. So the more that we're able to increase the know-how and the knowledge to get started, the more that we'll continue to incentivize banks. But there are also other programs in terms of access to capital, where we look at, I think we call it the home program that was the GGHAM program to get people back into homes. So we do need to find those tools that incentivize greater lending, and if the government has to kick in, either through support through small business development or other programs, that's how you get people on the road to success.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Premier, we heard yesterday that government met with the various areas, key sectors on the fees. I'm assuming that your agency or your ministry was involved, particularly from a small business perspective. Can you say what the feedback was from the Small Business Association or the sector in respect to the taxes and fees that are being increased?
Honorable Premier.
So thank you for the question, member. You may recall that when the revenue statement was made, there was a statement to say that that was one of the areas where, I think we went over this on Friday, where consultation was ongoing, and whether or not the biggest point of feedback so far was on the lower end of the fees, and whether or not, say, for liquor licensing on smaller restaurants and hotels, whether or not those are palatable, and if not, whether or not we would then increase on the higher end and eliminate those categories. So the conversation is ongoing.
Thank you, Premier. And through you, Mr. Chairman, obviously, particularly when it comes to restaurants and the cost factors for labor that are non-Caymanian, this will have a major effect on the service industry upon which the tourism product relies heavily. Has there been discussions with the Ministry of Tourism and the effect on the service industry with these costs?
Honorable Premier.
We continue to talk and make sure that we're trying to align them appropriately, not just at a ministerial level, but also at a staff level and also at an association level.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I can assume that I hear the word continuing quite repetitively. Should I assume that the industry, I'm assuming CETA was consulted, Small Business Association was consulted, and that they are okay or accepting or prepared for these increases and have expressed what the potential effects would be? Because obviously being former Minister of Tourism, I recognize that this may increase the cost of the service industry, which Cayman tourism product is already a very high-end product, and this may result in it being even more expensive. So CETA would have responded to that in a particular way.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you to you, Mr. Chair. The reason we say continuing is because, as you can see, it's a bracketed or tiered approach. So the reason that we're continuing is to continue to test the lower end of the bracket, because that's the one that's really going to affect most of our average Caymanians. If those businesses can say for the liquor license distribution, where it's moving from some 4,000 to 25 grand, that in the scheme of distributing of liquor, that really shouldn't be passed on to the consumer, that level of fee. So if we can just double check and make sure that that wouldn't get passed on to the consumer, then we're relatively comfortable that that fee can continue. So once that final round of the houses of consultation is done, then we're relatively confident that within the brackets, if we have to make some adjustments, we will, to limit the impact on Caymanians.
Thank you.
Honorable member continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for confirmation, will this fee also be obligatory to the businesses in Kim and Brack, particularly that of the liquor licensing fee of moving from 4,000 to 25,000?
I'll double check because the BRAC has its own small and micro business program where they have some carve-outs. So, and they're not included in the distributor of liquor licensing board here because they have their own board. I'll double check that point.
Thank you. And just for the record, I would ask that you consider not doing it for Kim and Brack. Kim and Brack is already, and I think I would probably have the support from the minister from the BRAC that the cost factor in Kim and Brack is already overwhelming, and they're all small distributors in the BRAC, and moving from 4,000 to 25,000 would be a hard cost for those providers over there. So I would ask.
No. So
Right.
there are no distributors there for that fee section. Either way, Mr. Chair, the point is the member wouldn't have to ask because Minister DaCosta chases me about this in caucus. So let us look at it because we're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen for the BRAC and Little Cayman. Or maybe to clarify it, the distributors under the liquor licensing board regime in Grand Cayman are who are the target of the revenue measures. It's because it's two different boards. So what you saw in the revenue package are the distributors who are under the remit of the liquor licensing board in Grand Cayman, not the distributor. I think there may only be one for the sister islands because it's two different boards.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, in that vein, in that thinking of being outside of the Cayman controls, would that be the same for all the other fees and structures? Because Cayman Brac also has a separate board for work permits, has a separate board for a number of different things. So I'm just trying to get clarity here because they're listening too. Is that same principle going to apply for the rest of the fee structures?
Premier?
Right. So those under the legislation that I'm moving are in relation to Grand Cayman. If there's any overlap, as I said before, Minister Nick has checked a couple of things like the hotels. Be sure that we're staying away from the sister islands. So we're going to, as much as possible, carve them out. And they already have the benefit of a micro and small business fee break. So as much as possible, we're going to protect the economy of the sister islands.
Member for Red Bay, Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to add my piece into this, if you don't mind. I'm still surprised that some of these things weren't checked up before, but be that as it may. But please do speak more to small business. I've had several small business over the weekend contact me with some concern. The most recent one was this morning with a new concern. That concern was the impact of the fees for non-Caymanian drivers. The individual is a Caymanian business. He has a number of drivers who are in work permits, and the concern is the impact to not only his employees, but a possible impact to businesses, not just his, but others that he knows in terms of the additional costs. So additional costs for small business needs to be looked at carefully. Thank you.
Oh, it's all easily said. Honorable Premier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Member for Bordentown West, rescue me.
while we're on the issue of fees, can the Premier also look at raising the fees for those bulk fuel providers? I'm talking like the actual, not the retail gas station, the actual wholesale gas station, the Sol and the Rubis. I didn't see it included. If you guys see them, let me know.
No, they're not in this announcement, but I thought we touched them last time. All right, I'll take a look. I took a look. I mean,
They need to be touched again.
last
Maybe they
term.
need-
I thought we touched them last term.
They need
All right,
to be touched again.
I'll check.
Mr.
Since there are
Chairman,
no further questions,
Mr. Chairman, I just want to put it down for the record, if we're going to do increase any cost, particularly when it comes to fuel, don't do it to Cameron Brack. Cameron Brack is struggling
Cameron
heavily.
Brack fuel is actually on the BRAC exemption schedule because I'm
Thank you.
due to take a
That's-
paper to cabinet in that regard.
Thank you.
And certainly, as we look at that paper, one of the things that Minister DaCosta had already been engaging with me on was how wholesome that paper is. And there were a number of questions surrounding this very item, fuel, and whether or not it was fuel imported or consumed into Cameron Brack. And we're making sure to clarify that completely to ensure that there's no ambiguity.
Mr. Chairman, while you're doing that analysis, the ship stops in Cameron Brack. I'm still trying to figure out why is there any reason Cameron Brack is paying way more than they should when the ship actually stopped there. If there's any place where that is being ripped off with fuel, is Cameron Brack. So the government has already done its part, but the actual people who are ripping Cameron Brack off is the actual fuel providers.
I take it that was a statement, not a question.
And Mr. Chair, if I may beg your indulgence, let me just say, although we may be divided on many things in this House, I welcome the support and love for the Sister Islands from all members. And I know that the people truly appreciate all that we're doing to help them out. Thank you.
Since there are no further questions, pursuant to Standing Order 833, I put the question to honorable members that the item to the schedule described as FSC 38, support for small businesses, in the amounts of $1,563,641 in 2026 and $1,778,835 on the schedule do form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. FSC 39, combating illicit finance. Any questions? There are no questions. In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as FSC 39, combating illicit finance, in the amounts of $3,471,776 in 2026 and $3,768,648 in 2027 be added to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. FSC 40, registers of intellectual property. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, no, I think I know the answer myself. No, sorry.
Honorable Member for Bodden, Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Premier. In respect to registration of intellectual property, I think the component of AI has become a serious topic within this space, particularly with the ability to frame somebody's likeness. You see, the film industry is having severe concerns about it, and I think that we should be proactive. I think you've indicated that you intend to look at the legislation, but I think it's important that we register it here, because what we're seeing is AI's ability to take somebody's likeness, not only visually, but audio, by way of audio of sound, and it's becoming detrimental to democracy and media as a whole, where you can't tell the difference between what is, what do they call it again? animated, deep fakes, I think is the term that they're using. And I think that I would like to hear that the Premier is actively looking at this area to amend our legislation to protect the Cayman Islands from that in all aspects, not only from business, but also person's personal life. If we don't put in the necessary restrictions by law, people could probably use deepfakes here locally and scam people, undermine their truths, and a number of different things. So I just want to hear from the Premier if that's something on their radar, and if we could look forward to hearing any amendments in the future.
Honorable Premier.
Excellent question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the answer is yes. That body of work is being conducted under our National AI Innovation Task Force. One of the areas of work that we recognize, and I think it was the member for Bodentown East last week that referred to an EU law. The EU is one of the regions that we have seen that have taken the bull by the horns and have actual published legislation and policy on AI and its uses. So although this department will be an agency in which that have to be consulted with as a relevant stakeholder, it's a much bigger question than them.
Member from Georgetown East.
A quick question to the Premier. Premier, when does the 5th round mutual evaluation take place, FATF?
Honorable Premier.
For me, it feels every day, but the scheduled time frame is that the assessors will be here estimated December 2027.
Member
Wow.
from Georgetown East continuing.
Thank you, sir. That date then has been pushed back?
No, that's it. I think I referenced it before in speeches here, December 2027. That's been the case.
Okay. Thanks.
But that's when they arrive. That doesn't mean that you're not starting the work now for the round. So for us, that's why I said somewhat half-jokingly that for me it's every day. But assessment, landing on the ground to look around and perform the actual assessment is December 2027. But we, working backwards, are working up to that date. So the new round is on now. The last FATF plenary that I attended in June, we saw the first mutual evaluation report of the first country. So we were able to take away and see what areas were being probed the most. So it was a very interesting exercise. So the round is kicked off. But the landing on Cayman in terms of the assessment starting is December 2027. And just, Mr. Chair, briefly, to go back to the member for Bodentown West, yeah, the big bulk distributors were moved up to 25,000 last year, last term.
That's 25,000 per month, right?
As an annual license. So they were, as I said, touched. So you didn't see them this round, but if you're advocating for a further increase, we can take it on board.
I am advocating for a further increase.
We'll take it on board, but I just wanted to have that factually part of the record. It did go up last term.
About $500,000.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question on that thought.
Just to say it's heartening to hear members advocate for increased fees, recognizing that when you do it, let's say if they're Jake Scott, which would be a distributor, if you try to break down this increase per, let's say, bottle of beer, we're talking about fractions of a cent. So these inflationary pressures of a $25,000 fee, it'll be interesting to see in the next couple of years who's right or who's wrong. Needless to say, since there's no further questions on FSC 40, registers of intellectual property. In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as FSC 40, registers of intellectual property, in the amounts of $654,627 in 2026 and $835,483 in 2027. Total bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. MOA 6, regulation of the Cayman Islands currency. No questions. In accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as MOA 6, regulation of the Cayman Islands currency in the amounts of $1,050,000 in 2026, $1,050,000 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. MOA 8, collection of fees. As there are no questions, in accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as MOA 8, collection of fees in the amounts of $271,360 in 2026 and $280,632 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. MOA 12.
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In respect to the regulation of the financial services industry, can the Premier say whether there's any plans to change any legislation or regulations in respect to the ratio of Caymanian practicing attorneys versus the attorneys practicing Cayman law overseas? And by way of background, if the Minister Premier wants the context of my question, we went through a significant consultation period which created much controversy about 5-6 years ago, I think it was, when the laws were changed to the ratio of firms having an attorney practice overseas compared to how many local attorneys they had. And it is my understanding that there is considerations for changing of that ratio, and it's significant to the continued development of the Caymanian attorney pool here. Can the Premier say if there's any intention to change those ratios?
Premier.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. That wouldn't form part of this appropriation vote for CIMA, a regulation of financial services, because attorneys don't fall under CIMA. The regulations and the new framework will come under the Attorney General, under the portfolio of legal affairs, and that's where the advancements are being developed, not under this appropriation vote. So we can take the question when the Attorney General is here under, I think, portfolio of legal affairs, but that is not within the remit of CIMA. These appropriations are votes for budgets for CIMA.
Mr. Chairman, the Premier is 100% correct. But I think his input, as he is the Minister for Financial Services, and the foundation of the question I'm asking is related to financial services. I can wait till we get to MOA 14, which talks about the policy advice, and I can speak to him if it's a policy position to change that. I'll take his direction.
Honorable Premier.
Only for the purposes of making sure that we're discussing things at the appropriate time. These next set of votes all the way down to MOA 25 are all in relation to CIMA and CIMA's policies. Attorneys are completely not within CIMA's remit. When the Attorney General comes, we can discuss the framework around attorneys, and I'm happy to weigh in. But the detailed mechanics of the developments in that area fall under him, so it'd be better for him to explain the thinking and the process going forward, not in relation to the Monetary Authority.
Thank you very much, Premier.
Mr. Chairman, I do accept that. Yeah, I'm going to just wait till then, but it wouldn't be fair to say that the Attorney General don't create policy. The Attorney General cannot pass legislation, his only can make recommendations, and because it's the financial services industry, from a policy perspective, you would either be aware, or if you have not been notified of it, then that's fine. I just still think that the scope of the questioning
Remember, the Premier has made this abundantly clear. We're going to get out of Finance Committee by Wednesday afternoon. He is going to weigh in when the Attorney General gets here. Any further questions on MOA 12? No further questions on MOA 12.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Member for Georgetown East.
Through you to the Premier. Premier, in your speech at the beginning, you talked about seizing the opportunities in emerging areas of financial services. You mentioned reinsurance specifically. I think we've been at that for a number of years now. How successful are our efforts thus far? And if you have numbers that you could share as to the total number of reinsurance licenses are in existence at this time?
Excellent question. Premier?
It's an excellent question. Spot on to the appropriation. Let me just let the CEO give me the latest numbers, but in a nutshell, the last time that I reviewed them, they continue to increase, particularly in Class B3 and also in the Class Ds, which are the licensed reinsurance that have boots on the ground. The challenge now isn't so much that, because the business is coming our way. What the business wants as a response, which was in the opening remarks, is marching towards the standard of NAIC, qualified jurisdiction status. So at the moment, the Monetary Authority has developed stronger relationships with that U.S. regulatory body and some of the commissioners. I've met them personally on the road. This almost has to be looked at as akin to, in a way, the FATF. This is a country initiative, not just a Monetary Authority initiative. It takes the ministry, it takes the regulator, which will be the main facilitator of the application, and also industry to make sure that we are able to meet the standard and evolve legislation where necessary. The next engagement point will be the 8th and 9th, at least for me, at least the 2 key days. The 7th, 8th, and part of the 9th of December is the next large NAIC meeting of commissioners, and I plan to go in person to continue to foster those relationships. So I'll come back to you on the stats, but it is growing. The concern is, and that's part of the budget, so I'm glad you raised the question, is since success is coming, we do not want the insurance division to become overloaded and then can't handle the applications that are coming, and then we dissuade business because business says, well, it's becoming too slow. Can the Monetary Authority handle it? So part of this budget is to give the insurance division increased staff, expertise staff, to be able to handle the workload, not just from a numbers perspective, but also from an expertise perspective. So this is where jobs like actuaries and senior policy advisors in insurance are going to be all that more important, which is why, since you've gone down this road, we'll have to look at modest modifications to the Public Authorities Act to be sure that CIMA can pay competitively so that we can get that talent. So there's 3 things happening sort of at once. Increase of the budget for the division of the staff, finding ways in which that we can pay market rates for talent within the regulator that can handle these more complex applications, and run the various stages of approach to obtain the NAIC, National Association of Insurance Commissioners.
Through you to the Minister.
Member for Georgetown East, continuing.
Yeah. I was going to ask, does it make sense to consider splitting the 2 insurance and reinsurance, breaking them out separately? Because I know the work and the complexities are different, and a reinsurance is not necessarily a straightforward insurance company, never will be. So just your thoughts on that.
Honorable Premier.
It's something that we have thought of. It's a question that's come up over the years, but at the moment, I think if the insurance division itself is able within its units to handle the work streams, and then we might not necessarily have to create an entirely new division. They might be able to do that internally among themselves. I have the latest stats here, but they are incredibly small. I don't know, Dax, if we can have a large copy, and then I can pass it out to the entire House, because this is public information, so I'll have it copied.
And Premier, you meant printed small, not small in impact on the economy.
Correct. The font is incredibly small to read microscopically. You need them in large to show the large numbers.
Thanks for that clarification, Premier.
Mr. Chairman, through you, one final question.
Mr. Mike Taggart, member for Georgetown East, continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Premier, the other area that you mentioned that I'm interested in is that of the family offices. My sense is that it is a fast-growing area. Do we have registers of numbers of offices here, and how are they regulated?
Premier?
Excellent question. Thank you. So family office is an interesting one because the family office could do just about anything. So they don't fall into a neat bucket like, say, reinsurance or banking, because the family office could be bankers. They could be reinsurance. So it's an area that we're starting to think about how do we group them and categorize them, because some might be regulated by DCI if they're more so commerce, some might be regulated by SEMA depending if they're on a regulated business line. So leave that with us, because this is business, which is a good thing, that not necessarily was coming to Cayman over the last few years. But for a variety of factors, they're beginning to see Cayman as a hub that they can do business from. So we're still trying to organize ourselves in terms of exactly what bucket do you put them in, because they don't fit neatly, because they could do anything. It's essentially people who are managing their own money in activities that they want to invest in.
Thank you, sir.
There are no further questions. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as MOA 12, Regulation of the Financial Services Industry, in the amounts of $22,718,140 in 2026 and $23,408,933 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. MOA 13, Assistance to Overseas Regulatory Authorities. Then as there are no questions, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question.
Chairman,
Member for Georgetown Central.
I risk annoying you this morning, but
it's afternoon.
Yeah, but it's Monday, so we got a long week ahead of us. My concern about my previous question, Mr. Chairman, is that the relevant stakeholders and technocrats that support the Premier may not be available when it's time for the AG to address the previous question. And I know you've given your direction that the question will be answered when the AG is here. But the persons who advise the Premier, as per the description of MOA 14, which allows this committee to question about, may not be here to assist. And as I am fully aware.
Thank you very much for your guidance to the chair. Your question was around ratios of overseas lawyers to local lawyers. Am I correct?
Correct, sir.
I am with fair confidence that between the Premier and the Attorney General and his chambers will have requisite support to answer that question appropriately and would not need the assistance of SEMA. I'm very confident of that, and the government is very confident of that. So do we have any further questions on MOA 13?
Yes, sir. Will the Chief Officer for Financial Services be available for when the Attorney General will be here to help answer the relevant question. Because it's not only SEMA, sir. The support staff for the Premier when dealing with financial services matters upon which my question is founded is not with the monetary authority. So again, I risk annoying you, but I'm just trying to make sure.
No annoyance. Thank you for assisting the chair. The matter as it relates to attorneys, that Honorable Premier has given me the indication that he's perfectly happy to weigh in on those policies.
Okay, thank you.
In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as MOA 13, Assistance to Overseas Regulatory Authorities, in the amounts of $886,443 in 2026 and $916,730 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. MOA 14, Policy Advice and Ministerial Services. As there are no questions, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as MOA 14, Policy Advice and Ministerial Services, in the amounts of $791,467 in 2026 and $818,509 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. MOA 25. As there are no questions on MOA 35, in accordance with Standing 25, as there are no questions in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as MOA 25, Monitor Compliance with the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations, in the amounts of $7,100,590 in 2026 and $7,343,196 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. CMA 1. As there are no questions on CMA 1, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CMA 1, Policy Advice to Cabinet on Maritime Matters, in the amounts of $332,000 in 2026 and $332,000 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 85. Mr. McTaggart, Honorable Member for Georgetown East.
Yes, sir. It says Cayman Finance Services, but is this going to the entity, Cayman Finance?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, we should probably amend that because it sounds like it's services. Cayman Finance.
Yeah,
Just delete
fair enough, and I'm
delete the
happy.
word services.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering, sir, the amount, the 1.375 million, is that the amount that they requested, or did they request more?
Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they always request more, which is not unusual for any of the entities in any of all of our budgets.
What was the amount they requested, if you don't mind me asking?
It
Honorable
was
Premier.
in the region of millions of dollars.
Thank you.
Honorable Member from Barton Town West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, what exactly are we getting for this $1,375,000?
Honorable Premier.
I'm glad you asked that because it ties to the member of Red Bay's question. So in the spreadsheet I handed out of the range of activities that the entity would like to do, all with well-intended, what's most important to us is on this spreadsheet. Continuing their efforts as much as possible to promote the jurisdiction and showing up at key conferences. Protection is also key. They now have a staff member or two that are former media professionals, and they challenge and course correct, and they've had some success with this, headlines that come out about Cayman in international markets that aren't quite right, that we need, and they've now had some success with that, and we want to continue to do that. There's a whole different ring to it with a media professional calls another media professional house to challenge them on the media rules and say the government calling, and it's not proportionate. And then the last thing is community engagement of continuing to try to press and have programs so that young Caymanians could get in their jobs with their member firms. Those are the three key areas. They have other proposed activities to their membership, and we've said very kindly, we understand, but we think that that can be funded more by your members. These are the areas in which the government seeks to gain the most benefit.
For Board Dundas, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad the Premier actually said that, because I can tell you right now, it goes into my other issue, because this output covers CF1, CF2, CF3, CF4, and CF5. And when you go through the purchases agreement starting on page 71, and you look at CF1 that deals with promotion, the total amount of money allocated for 2026 is $686,795 for both 26 and 27. So that's on promotion. I'm fine with that. Then you move to CF2 that deals with protection. In 2026, that's on page 73 on the purchases agreement, is $138,205 for 2026 and $138,205 for 2027. Then you move to CF3, product development. Again, $138,205 for 26 and $138,205 for 2027. Then there's community engagement for 20, which is CF4, $205,897 for both 26 and 27. And then the one that caught my attention was CF5 that says member engagement. And the description reads, ensure a high degree of collaboration, cooperation, and engagement with private sector firms and associations. And for that amount, it is $205,898. And that was the one that actually caught my attention in the sense of why are we giving them $205,898 over both years to deal with their private firm sectors and association engagement. That's the one I have an issue with. Now, I've been in this house long enough to remember when they were getting 300 and something thousand a year from government, and now it's basically $1,375,000 per year. So it's basically been like $1 million increase. Now, this is not to say that they don't do good work, but at the end of the day, I'd be curious to know what the other members of this association also contribute. Because this, if you go on their website and see who the members are, these are people from pockets, from organizations, very deep pockets. And I notice the bankers are also represented on it. And again, Mr. Chairman, I put my craw in the fact that the banks, the Class A banks last year made $986 million in revenues and $752 million in profit. And I think at a minimum, this is about protecting their industry that makes a lot of them very rich, and I think they should be contributing a lot more to Cayman Finance because these are the ones that are really benefiting more than in some cases the Caymanian people. So that's the one, Premier, I have an issue with, is that 200 and something thousand, which is 411,000 over 2 years for them to engage with their members, when their members should be paying for that themselves.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and I appreciate the member's question because it's aligned with the ministry's thinking. So although the purchase agreement says that we're still talking to them about channeling our monies for the 3 areas that I mentioned. In addition to that, even though we were sort of tongue-in-cheek earlier, and on a more serious note, we have told them that the reason that we cannot accept the actual ask, not what's here in the budget, but what they actually propose for 26-27, is because when we survey member firms, the pain points the government has to take care of first is what Mr. Hughes started with, is the service delivery of the entities themselves and make sure they have appropriate staff and systems. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to reach the end client and make sure that the end client is getting the service, whether that end client is local or international. That's where the bulk of government's money has to come to. Promotion of the marketing of the industry, your members should do yourselves. So I'm happy to, which I've given a commitment to the board, to talk to, number one, industry firms that aren't members at all, who aren't paying anything. They've had some success now, and I think 2 or 3 now have been announced publicly, even 4 have announced publicly they'll become members. 2 more Class A banks now have become members. And we can then discuss whether or not the existing top-tier membership could contribute more. So now it's at least getting to where the revenue overall is nearing 50-50. But government has to stop at some place. Because at the end of the day, for the reasons that you indicated, the marketing and the promotion of the members' activity should come through from the members. What we're interested in, most importantly, is making sure that the public-serving entities have the resources they need, because that's what counts for the end client.
Member from Bordentown East, continuing.
No. Bordentown East is...
Bordentown West,
yeah,
continuing.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm asked that, because I can tell you, in a former life, I worked for an organization that was a member of Cayman Finance, and we used to cut a check, I think, for $100,000 a year. And it was just one organization. So I'm looking at the list of all these organizations. I'm looking at the amount of people that they have employed based on that on their website, and I'm wondering if the membership contribution has remained in at least $100,000 club, and if so, how much of them have increased from 100,000 to what it is today? I mean, back then that was maybe about 10 years ago we were paying 100,000. So I'd be curious to see what the banks are paying now. And the reason I decided to raise this publicly is so that when the Premier does go and speak to them, they understand the political pressure that he'll be under to justify why he's giving them this kind of money. But you can't have situations where some of the people in the organization is getting paid more than public servants, and then the public is ticked off about the salaries that we're paying some public servants in this country when we're donating money to organizations who are paying their people more than civil servants are getting paid, and civil servants are the ones who are getting paid to really promote this country. So I just need to put that out there publicly so the people can understand the pressures that the Premier will be under now to justify this money going to this organization.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I've already expressed the pressure I was under from caucus already. So when the overall ask came in, it's very, very hard to justify it when, to repeat the last point, what counts to the end user is how our public services deliver. The entities, the members themselves, do their own marketing on their own outside of this. So we know that the business is coming. We have stats to show month on month that financial services is growing. So that part of the promotion is happening itself. We're interested in these sort of key critical areas on no more and getting more members to, well, actual firms to become members. So now, as I just mentioned, there are Class A banks who had never been members, who are now members now, because we're given the push to say, we have to stop at some point in government. The industry has to lean in and lead this and stay within your lane of continuing to promote the industry. We have to take care of the authorities and the agencies.
Is there no further questions in accordance with Standing Order 83.3? I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as NGS 85 Cayman Finance $1,375,000 in 2026, and $1,375,000 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 94. Well, the two accountants race to the mic. Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the Premier. Premier, this is a new appropriation this year, and it appears to me that it's going to be used primarily to hire in resources to supervise or to undertake the anti-money laundering supervisory functions. That correct?
The Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. And I'm just curious, and you also mentioned here something about a consultant. There, any of this money being used to pay consultants?
The Premier.
I think there is a proposal within SEPA to have a small consultancy. So the reason for this is what I mentioned previously, that there's a new FATF standard which didn't exist last round for DNFBPs. So SEPA now has to become more than just registering and the accounting profession standards of itself. They now have to more seriously enter the realm of AML. Therefore, they'll need a bit of consultants, they'll need staff. What I will also tell the member is that I plan that some of this will be offset from the auditor's oversight authority, because that authority has now lost its way and we'll be looking to wind it down in 2026. And the small amount that it got would then be put to this entity. Once Cayman National Bank has become delisted from the stock exchange, there are no other entities for the AOA to any longer regulate. So it has now lost its purpose. It needs to be wound down, and then its monies then be transferred. What we have earmarked in our minds is to transfer that money to help SEPA now become a quasi-regulator.
And through you, sir, one further question.
Mr. McTaggart.
Yes, sir. This support will be ongoing. It's not just a 2-year thing here. It'll be ongoing into the future.
Honorable Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member from Bordentown West.
Well, actually, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, one question that's popped in my mind when he mentioned the Auditor's Oversight Authority. I just saying right now, you said they have become inactive at this point?
Honorable Premier.
They've lost their rationale. There aren't any more entities now for them to be an authority over.
Okay, well, I know you probably wouldn't have the answer to this question, but you can send it to me afterwards. I remember that was one of the government boards where they were getting paid $4,000 per meeting. You know, yeah. So I mean, from that standpoint, is that board still being paid, or can you find out if the board is still being paid?
Honorable Premier.
That is another reason why, once I saw Cayman National Bank delist and they no longer have a purpose, it's not justifying those fees. It's time to wind it up and close the whole thing down.
Okay, thank you very much. And okay, I noticed from the on the purchase agreement on page 191 that this spend is going from $200,000 this year to $800,000 next year. I mean, that's quite a big jump. I mean, what was the reason for that jump?
Honorable Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so we're clear, we're not talking about the AOA. You're back now to SEPA, right?
Yeah, SEPA, yeah.
Right, so it's not a jump. This is completely new. So to get started for 2025, we gave $200,000 so they could get started. But the actual costing of what they'll have to do to get through 2026, particularly to prepare for the FATF RIF round, is the $800,000. So this is completely new.
And the last question, you trust accountants to regulate accountants?
Mr. Member from Bordentown West. Mr. Premier.
As so aptly demonstrated by our chair, who's an accountant, who's regulating the conduct of the member for Boddentown West, who's also an accountant. Yes, I'm comfortable.
That's exactly my point, Mr. Speaker, because men would argue that I'm getting away with murder.
Is there no further questions? In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as NGS 94, Cayman Islands Institute of Professional Accountants, $800,000 in 2026 and $800,000 in 2027. To the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. McTaggart?
Yes, sir. Unless members on this side, I don't think anyone has indicated. Go ahead and vote the rest. Put the rest of it to a vote.
Thank you for your consideration, members. Therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve all remaining items on the schedule described as TP 63, support to local business associations, $63,750 in 2026, $63,750 in 2027. TP 80, support for business initiatives, $50,000 in 2026 and $50,000 in 2027. TP 85, support for local financial services associations, $93,500 in 2026, $93,500 in 2027. OE6, contribution to the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, $84,000 in 2026, $84,000 in 2027. OE94, Organization for Economic Cooperation Development Global Forum, $55,000 in 2026, $55,000 in 2027. OE139, Asset Recovery Interagency Network for the Caribbean, $8,375 in 2026, $8,375 in 2027, and EI67, Ministry for Financial Services and Commerce, $506,500 in 2026 and $100,000 in 2027. Total schedule. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. All of those items do now form part of the schedule to the bill.
Mr. Chair, may I have a few closing comments to thank staff and et cetera?
Mr. Premier, just before you do, might I congratulate you and the ministers thus far for the detailed schedules that you've provided to the committee. Again, something new and innovative in Finance Committee. Have not been done before. It's very helpful to the listening public so that there's a balanced view as to what the NCFC is doing in Finance Committee. Not only is this more meaningful and impactful, so that the public don't have to try and remember a debate that happened days ago and it was just a debate, just that political talk. We're actually providing this committee with more detailed information as has ever been done. And we're also ensuring that the committee members are also getting real detailed commentary around new initiatives that are in the appropriation bill. This adds to not only members' knowledge and information, but it also adds to how this committee is heard by the public. We are here as servants of the public in this public forum, and I certainly hope that as members of the public have listened, they too have been able to follow along and ensure that they are understanding how their monies are being spent. So, Premier, very good innovation. I welcome closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. That was part and parcel of what we had decided. Not trying to rehash what was part of the House debate, but just to provide, as you say, balance. The point was the debate on the appropriation bill going to yield this sort of scrutiny and portioned responses? We took the view that there's maybe a better way to do this. You had mentioned to me that there was indications that this had been done in the past, and then I perked up and said even more so, because the way in which swaths of the community now digest information, more so it's in splices and sound bites. So let's be innovative. The scrutiny and examination happens in Finance Committee anyway. If we have a detailed schedule of the ministries that will be going next, that takes away the back and forth of who's going when and back and who will start and who will stop. We have an organized, detailed schedule. Each ministry can provide an overarching detail while going into the micro detail in a much more organized fashion. And it's a way in which the public can tune in to their heart's delight as to whether they want to tune in for financial services or tourism and so forth. So yes, time will tell. But certainly the point to be rejected that it was done, which I would wholeheartedly and completely disagree with, that it was done as a measure of deceit. That is not the case. It was whether or not there's a better way to deliver and examine this important public information for the next 2 years of our fiscal process. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Chief Officer in the ministry, all of the staff, all of the departments, Monetary Authority, Maritime Authority, Civil Aviation Authority, the Department of Tax, International Tax Cooperation, DCI, far and wide. Everyone has been working flat out for the country's #1 economic driver, and I'm so pleased and thankful to lead a ministry of incredibly dynamic, intelligent, hardworking civil servants who work under incredible pressure outside of the budget process, but just as a daily basis to keep this precious industry of ours intact. God bless you. Thank you all, and may God continue to bless these Cayman Islands.
Thank you very much, Premier. Mr. McTaggart?
Yes, sir, thank you for your indulgence. Just on behalf of our leader, just echo the same thanks to everyone who has been here and sat through all morning with answered questions and helped in so many different ways. We are grateful for it as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, members. At this stage, I would propose we take the luncheon break and recommence at 2 p.m. Members, I call this member of Finance Committee back to order. Please be seated. Members, when we took the break, we did so at the end of the appropriations to the Premier in his role as Minister for Financial Services and Commerce. We now commence appropriations to the Premier under another of his ministerial and financial responsibilities, which are appropriations to the Cabinet Office. So I call on the Premier to make a short statement to the committee.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. In keeping with our current approach, I offer an opening statement in relation to the 26-27 budget of the Cabinet Office. Mr. Chair, as the Premier, I have a distinct set of responsibilities and duties separate and apart from my role as Minister for Financial Services and Commerce. In my capacity as Premier, the Cabinet Office is the portfolio assigned to me in this constitutional role. They are the centralized point of collaboration across the executive branch of government that bridges the civil service and the political arm, Cayman Islands government, and the relationship with the UK government and with other overseas territories, and with key international bodies, and most importantly, the Caymanian people we serve every day. The collaborative role that the Cabinet Office plays can be metaphorically likened to a bridge that connects separate points to each other, exemplifying the Cabinet Office coordination function, joining together various parts of government and indeed Cayman to the outside world. Importantly, Mr. Chair, bridges require maintenance, and so this budget also requires the need to continue to invest in the key tools, services, and people within the Cabinet Office that we as a country have continued to rely upon and who answer the call quietly and faithfully. The Cabinet Office comprises 11 vital departments and units. The Office of the Premier, which provides strategic, executive, and administrative support to the Premier and the Government Caucus, maintaining neutrality as civil servants who capably support the government of the day. The Cabinet Secretariat supports the Cabinet and the National Security Council by preparing and disseminating Cabinet agendas, papers, minutes, and decisions. It also issues tax exemption certificates expected to generate $10 million in revenue this year, and provides secretarial support for the Appeals Tribunal and the Refugee Protection Appeals Tribunal. The Department of Communications, which delivers modern, inclusive, and informative communications through specialized units covering public relations, gazettes, internal communications, content and production, and strategic communication. The department manages government's digital and traditional channels, including CIG-TV, gov.ky, and social media platforms, ensuring all communications meet the 6 principles of being accurate, engaging, timely, shared, transparent, and approved. The Policy Coordination Unit develops cross-ministerial policy and provides objective, politically neutral advice to the Cabinet and the Premier. The unit ensures consistency and quality of Cabinet papers through strategic analysis prior to submission. Hazard Management Cayman Islands, HMCI, leads the National Comprehensive Disaster Management Program, coordinating activities through the National Emergency Operations Center. HMCI builds resiliency through preparedness training, responsive coordination, communication campaigns, and recovery planning. The Cayman Islands National Weather Service observes, understands, and predicts our weather and climate while fulfilling international obligations through valuable monitoring and research. Radio Cayman provides high-quality educational, cultural, entertainment, and religious programming across all 3 islands. As Radio Cayman celebrates 50 years of continuous service, we celebrate with them and thank them for their faithful service, particularly in their integral role in emergency broadcasts during storms, hurricanes, and other disasters. The Information Rights Unit, though small, supports the entire public sector by leading on freedom of information and data protection. As champions for transparency, accountability, and ethical use of personal data, this unit helps government earn the trust of people we serve. Protocol Office manages diplomatic visits, administers the flag scheme and honor system, organizes ceremonial events, and manages Hero Square, among other responsibilities. Cayman Islands Government Office, United Kingdom, serves as our official representation in the UK, facilitating opportunities for government, people, and businesses. CIGO UK, as it's called for short, has successfully navigated the transition from conservative-led governments to the Labour government while building relationships across the political spectrum. Most importantly, our all-party parliamentary group has been reestablished. Cayman's reputation remains strong and highly respected in both Westminster and Whitehall. The Strategic Innovation Unit drives digital transformation within Cabinet Office, promoting digital efficiency, policy modernization, and service agility through centralized project management. And its contributions to national outcomes, Mr. Chair, Cabinet Office remit is both local and global. Its work contributes significantly to Broad Outcome 6, efficient, effective public services, and Broad Outcome 7, good governance and public safety. Some of the key projects for 26-27, E-Cabinet, which is under CBO 2. Within the next 2 years, Cabinet Office will replace an outdated manual workflows with a secure, paperless digital platform to manage Cabinet and the National Security Council processes. Since our first constitution in 1959, Cabinet papers have been processed manually. It's a cumbersome, difficult to track system. As the Cayman Islands has grown, so has the governance structure and the astounding amount of paper generated weekly. The E-Cabinet solution will improve public service delivery through technology, reduce cost and environmental impacts of the printing of volumes of paper for weekly Cabinet meetings, improve cross-government communication and collaboration to streamline decision-making, ensure confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility of Cabinet and National Security Council documents. Members of Parliament already benefit from increased efficiency and convenience through streamlined creation of sharing, reviewing, and approving, and the managing of Cabinet documents. Reformatting of gov.ky, which is under CBO 17. Mr. Chair, Oracle's announcement that it would end its web-based content management by December of this year forced a major pivot. The Department of Communications has been leading the transition of gov.ky, government's primary digital ecosystem, to the LifeRay platform. Without this re-platforming, gov.ky and approximately 60 other government websites would have ceased to function entirely. A system failure of this magnitude would have risked losing public trust, exposed government to legal and compliance issues, and interrupted essential communications. But with challenges come opportunities. The new platform delivers improved accessibility, search optimization, and analytics capabilities. The estimated cost over 2 years is $2.3 million, directly supporting Broad Outcome 6. This project also establishes the foundation for the new digital delivery unit within the Department of Communications, responsible for maintaining, governing, and expanding the gov.ky ecosystem. Thus far, we have migrated priority sites and prepared 36 core entities for transition. established governance, metadata standards, accessibility requirements, and new content models, conducted content audits, user testing, and technical onboarding from multiple ministries and agencies. The public will enjoy a fresh product with modernized navigation, improved search functions, and more timely content updates. This Herculean effort is projected to be delivered on time and under budget thanks to the exceptional project management. National Weather Service enhancements under CBO 25. This budget includes $1.4 million for completion and fit out of the National Weather Service's new home with an expected move-in date before June 2026, right in time for the next hurricane season. The building will allow better quality observations and warnings, especially for aviation, while resolving the hazardous situation of having hydrogen tanks and generators in the general aviation terminal. The budget also includes $200,000 to establish a centralized data integration platform bringing together weather sensors in a strategic database accessible to key stakeholders, further enhancing public safety. Other focus areas include installing 4 new automatic weather observing stations, creating a network of storm surge sensors as part of our early warning system, launching a strategic partnership with the UK's Met Office to assess our current operations and develop a roadmap for the future, a greatly enhanced weather service website with improved user experience, and Mr. Chair, I have challenged the team to develop an app for easier access to the information, including views on the newly refurbished Kearney Gomez Doppler radar. I'm heartened that under Cabinet Office guidance, the radar has had no breakdowns or extensive downtime over the past 2 years, other than scheduled maintenance. As hurricane season prayerfully draws to a close, the radar, which has reached the end of its lifespan, will be refurbished. After a competitive procurement process, Leonardo, the company which originally installed the radar, has won the contract to refurbish and modernize it. This project commences this weekend, and the radar will be offline for 6 weeks to provide the country with a much improved services, data, and accuracy. The new radar will cost approximately $622,000 and have an expected lifespan of 10 years. Mr. Chair, given what we have witnessed with our beloved neighbors, we are wise to invest in our local weather service for better forecasts that help us manage daily activities and save lives and protect property during adverse weather conditions. So, Mr. Chair, in the 26-27 budget year, the Cabinet Office will continue to build bridges of collaboration across civil service to ensure high quality of policy advice, policy development, and policy training, and the effective communication of government's plans and decisions across all channels to keep the public duly informed, and my utilization of a more effective and efficient e-cabinet. Also, to ensure best practice and governance in the areas such as FOI, data protection, and the communities of practice in both communications and policy professions. Between political and civil service by supporting the team within the Office of the Premier, refine the process between caucus and cabinet, support joined-up government as exemplified in this budget and the NCFC coalition agreement, and the public communication of a shared vision between each ministry and portfolio. The role of the Cabinet Office in supporting the principle of collective responsibility cannot be understated. Between the Cayman Islands and the UK, through supporting the lines of communication between the Premier and the Governor on the agreement of cabinet agendas and co-chairing the National Hazard Management Executive and cooperation on matters of national security. They also diplomatically guide the government's relationships across Whitehall and Westminster, coordinate our preparations for the Joint Ministerial Council coming up next week, circumnavigating the constitutional relationship between the Cayman Islands and the UK. This will also include the development of a new strategic partnership between the UK's Meteorological Office and the Cayman Islands National Weather Service. Also, collaboration between the Cayman Islands and other OTs and CARICOM members through training placements and direct support for other OTs, serving as a liaison between Caribbean OTs and other regional heads of government, being an active member of the UK Overseas Territories Association, managing our associate membership of CARICOM, and coordinating regional disaster management support and hurricane relief efforts, and collaboration through enhanced public communications of our policies and priorities. This includes our beloved Radio Cayman. This requires new avenues, channels, and approaches to promote feedback from the community, such as the Public Consultation Hub, support for community-based disaster preparedness management, and improved utilization of weather tools, such as our soon-to-be, as described earlier, refurbished Kearney-Gomez Doppler radar, as well as work on a special initiative to ensure that protection and promotion of our Caymanian identity and heritage is at the heart of all of our work. In closing, when the Cabinet Office builds strong bridges of collaboration, the entire government stands firmly connected, empowering our people with better services, stronger protection, and greater long-term opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Premier. Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to the Honorable Premier for the details outlined in his statement. Before asking 3 questions on the statement, I just think it'd be important to highlight and thank the Honorable former Premier Wayne Panton for his visionary decisions about investing in the National Weather Service enhancements. I recall how strongly he fought to make sure the center was developed, so it's worthy of highlighting. Also, the all-party parliamentary group that has been reestablished, which the Honorable Premier was a key component of when he was the head for the UK office, and I'm quite sure he's excited to hear about the reestablishment of it. To my question, Mr. Chairman, the Tribunal and Refugee Protection Appeals Tribunal and the last administration, which I was a part of, much of this and the legislative changes that were developed was in hopes of speeding up the process of those who were seeking asylum here on the island. Can the Honorable Premier give us any updates on whether the process has been reduced in time, therefore reducing the cost to the people of the Cayman Islands?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I did ask for a report on that to see if there were any backlog. There's currently no backlog, and we're still looking to see how we can further enhance the process to expedite decisions far more quickly. The tribunal appointed is still in action and is chaired by Ms. Novahall.
Mr. Bryan, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Premier for that answer. Moving now to the support team for the Honorable Premier, which has civil servants and political appointments. Can the Premier say, obviously without names or salaries, but what positions have been appointed to support the Premier's office, and I guess what descriptions of their jobs would be helpful?
I was going to come on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to come to that under OE 96, but we could dispense with it now. Yeah, or we could just take it in order because there's quite a bit of detail to go through. Yeah.
Members, before the committee are appropriations to the Honorable Premier in regards to Cabinet Office. And we begin with CBO1, development, and coordination of government policy. Recognize the elected member for Bordentown West, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, I noticed that subsection has actually increased quite substantially since the current year. What is driving, sorry, CBO1 you said?
Yes.
Sorry, CBO2 I'm waiting for, never mind. I wait on CBO2.
Any questions on CBO1? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get your guidance before I ask the question, because the CBO appropriation description says the development and coordination of the government policy, which in its description gives quite a wide description. And my question really is why the fees were not calculated into the budget's inflation rate. Is that a concern from a policy perspective?
What fees?
The fees that you listed on Friday.
Okay, let's be very clear, and I'm not quite sure where we're going to head with this. None of the fees are going to have an inflationary pressures on the local economy. Here's why. The vast majority of the fees are all financial services related and do not directly impact consumption in our domestic economy, and therefore have no inflationary pressures on the domestic economy. We are not rolling out fees that are on fuel, that are on goods and services such as food, etc., that's in the domestic economy. Fees going to accounting firms do not hit our domestic economy. They audit offshore hedge funds, offshore insurance and reinsurance companies, and the like. And so there is no direct correlation to say this is going to have inflationary pressures that would move the needle on our domestic estimate of inflation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming that the ESO, who's charged with the duty and responsibility to make those considerations to the list of fees highlighted by yourself on Friday, has given you that confirmation that it will not have an inflationary effect?
As I described during the delivery of the statement, the ESO are one of the agencies who had direct input into the revenue estimates themselves. Why would they have input into the revenue estimates themselves and then in another part of this document not take consideration of them?
Thank you so much.
It's all together.
As long as you said it on the record, because I will question whether or not ESO was involved, because I am informed differently to that, but you are the chair and also the minister responsible for that area. I think you answered the question. Thank you. I'll move on.
Any other questions on CBO1? No further questions on CBO1. I put the question in accordance with Standing Order 83.3 that honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CBO1, Development and Coordination of Government Policy, in the amounts of $1,993,409 in 2026, $2,071,299 in 2027. To the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. CBO2, support and servicing to Cabinet and the National Security Council. Recognize the honourable member for Bordentown West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Premier, and this is just a general observation. I noticed overall that expenses increase between 2025 and 2026 by roughly 1.1 million, and then from 2026 to 2027 an additional 500,000. So I noticed, so in short, it's 1.1 million compared to 25, and roughly 1.6 million compared to 2027, using 2025 as a base year. And I noticed that a good chunk of it actually occurred in CBO2. So I noticed some votes went up, some sections went down. So I'm just looking for the overall increase between the two. And then I also noticed that CBO2 went down back again in 2027. So I was just trying to understand just where the costs are, where the movements are. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could refer the member to the table that I circulated. Under CBO2, you'll see that's under the row of variance. So there's a 23%, well, 41% increase variance from 26 and over 25, and then 23%. The driver for that is the cost for establishing the e-cabinet project.
Yeah, I saw that, and which then begs the other question, and this is accounted to me. Wouldn't that like be capitalized or something? I mean, from a project of that size, or?
Some of the software is also OpEx, so subscription fees. So not all of it is capital in terms of the actual hardware. Some of it is also software.
Then I noticed that the cost went down from 3.4 million to roughly 3 million in 2027. So it was that drop back down.
Right.
That kind of threw me off a bit.
Good question. So we're hoping that once we've completed the work in 26, it should be less cost to bring it home in 2027.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Any further questions on CBO 2? No further questions in accordance. Oh, sorry.
One quick question to
The McTaggart member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, sir. Question to the Premier. With this move to a new platform for communications, government.ky domain it's not going to affect that, will it? You're not going to be losing that.
Premier?
No, Mr. Chair, and I'll come to talk more about that in CBO 17.
Okay, fair enough.
This is just about the e-cabinet.
In accordance with Standing
Chairman.
Order 8033.
Mr. Chairman, from just a procedural matter, and I hate going back and forth for the questioning, and it's because, unfortunately, the details around what the ministry is doing, which is wonderful. I really like the statement. I really like this detail. But what now happens is it doesn't give us enough time to quickly come up with the questions, as opposed to if this was done in the budget process, the official opposition would do its job properly, go off, study what was said, be able to research and formulate proper structured questions, as opposed to the time pressures of, is there any other questions while I'm trying to formulate the areas and all the information. I just think it's important to highlight for the record the reason why the conventions are there, because I know I'm going to miss something because we're going that quickly as I'm digesting the information presented just within the last couple of minutes.
When a budget debate is done, there's no guarantee of everything that's in one of these statements being a part of the debate. Let's be very, very clear. I certainly hope you were that thorough when you were minister. In accordance with Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CBO2, support and servicing to Cabinet and the National Security Council in the amounts of $3,413,787 for 2026 and $2,976,326 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. CBO 9, Protocol Services.
Mr. Chairman, in respect to, through you, in respect to the national events, has there been any additions to this that wouldn't normally be here? I think, okay, all right, because I think some of them were under culture or heritage before, and I can't remember. I don't have the time to research it right now, so I guess I can't ask the question.
But, Mr. Chair, I can confirm to the member there aren't any additional events added.
Any further questions on CB09 protocol services?
Mr. Chairman, I see that there's a 15% increase from last year and a 16% for 2027. Increase due to support for an increase in transportation services of officials and visiting dignitaries. Is there an intended increase of officials, or what is the driving cost for the increase for transportation of dignitaries and officials locally?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Good question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is in relation to the cost of the drivers working more hours. So as we begin to enhance the protocol service and explain to the public the value of having drivers, it saves you a lot of time, as you remember in your experience, to be able to do work at the same time, not worry about parking. So we're trying to encourage more of that with more drivers. And sometimes, as you know, the days are long and they're hard. So the driver of the cost is the increased hours to pay the drivers.
Thank you, Premier. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to first say that I support this endeavor. Understanding just recently being a minister, the importance of having that time and that support. Many nights I was worried about my colleagues living in the eastern districts after working so hard, worrying if they're going to be able to get home due to tiredness and not be able to drive, but it also gives you, it's increased your productivity. But my question next is the policy component of it. I know that the Premier is aware that he's made up of functions of 2 main parties and 3 independents. And the party upon which he's not outlined that they would not be supportive of drivers for ministers. From a policy for the government perspective, how are you handling that?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Good question. So we have already started to formulate a more enhanced driver's policy in terms of the standards and the training for each of the drivers. Because unfortunately, we do need to recognize, as you see in many other countries, that there is now a safety component for ministers. So we already have a draft of that policy in collaboration between the Cabinet Office and the police. A couple of ministers have already previewed it, and I plan to bring it to the full caucus for approval. I don't see from the conversations within the caucus that the members who want to opt out of having a driver blocking the rest of us from having a driver. That's their choice. I do plead with them sometimes because it really is a safety issue. As you know, we work incredibly long hours. It just takes one blink on your way home, and that could be it. And you're out a cabinet minister, God, heaven forbid. So it really is value for money and a safety issue, and we are putting the policy in place to enhance our protocol services.
Thank you so much, Premier. Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to let the Premier know he has my full support in this endeavor, because being a member who've gone through it, fully understand. Thank you.
There are no further questions on CB09. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question that honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CBO9 protocol services in the amounts of $1,111,909 in 2026 and $1,119,280 in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The item on the schedule has been approved to form part of the bill. CBO 17, Government Communications Services. Mr. McTaggart, I think this was the area, Premier? I think this was the area that your question to the Premier would now fall in regards to gov.ky.
The question I had was basically what I said or asked earlier, whether, we would, this gov.ky domain would actually cease to exist because of the change in the platforms that were taking place.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good question. No, it wouldn't. The work that's being undertaken is the underlying platform that supports it is moving from Oracle to LifeRay. But in fact, it's actually the opposite. We want to ensure that the platform is actually expanded and reaches even more channels and becomes even more efficient and effective. So it's the underlying technology platform that's being replaced, not what you would see on the surface.
Any further questions on CBO? Member for Georgetown Central, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The radio command component doesn't come under this provision. I think it comes under CBO 721, right? Okay, I'll wait till my question there. Thank you.
Any further questions on CBO 17? No further questions.
Mr. Chairman, there is one more. Sorry, I apologize. Thank you. Can the Premier just give us any updates in respect to developments in the communication space? I am very happy that there's a government that understands that media is important and communication with the public is important and the rightful investment and innovation is being done. So I just want to actually give him an opportunity to talk about that, because if in fact you see new programs or structures or funding necessary, it's because communication is key to democracy and representation. So anything new that we can expect, particularly as social media and media develops so quickly.
Honorable Premier.
I was surprised that the vote would pass if the member from Georgetown Central did not ask something about comms, because I know he's passionate about it. Although there aren't net new hosts, what we're trying to encourage is a better pooling of resources and the use of professional fees by the Department of Comms. So the budget, although like any other department, you'd want it to be larger. But what we found is that since there are embedded communicators within each ministry, and I can understand the minister wanting to keep their own comms person close, we still need to enhance the pooling of the information so that we can maximize the messages that go out towards government, and also make sure that we're using as many platforms as possible, because there are so many now. A few years ago, it might have just been Facebook and Instagram, but now it's Snapchat and all the rest of it. So, and some people only consume that news that way. Some people don't even pick up the paper anymore. So it is a rapidly growing area, and I think we're going to have to move with the technological times and ensure that there's, as I say, a better centralization, not necessarily the people smashed in one department, but centrally coordinated.
Mr. Bryan, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so happy to hear that. I think the Premier and his team fully understands that, so they have my full support and they know that. There is one, I can't remember, what's the Chinese platform called again? TikTok. We had a bit of an issue with that from a concern based on the host owners, if I should say. And therefore, we never had a TikTok account. I just want to know if we resolve that, because I see that the U.S. has resolved their concerns by having a kind of a separate TikTok for the United States as opposed to the TikTok in the other country that I don't want to talk about.
Honorable Premier.
It's a good question. I think that our cybersecurity unit has not quite cleared it as yet, but it's being looked at.
Is there no further questions? In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CBO 17, Government Communications Services, the amounts of $4,757,219 for 2026 and $5,356,048 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. CBO 20, Assistance to the Premier and the Administration of the Premier's Office. CBO 20.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Mr.
not.
Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if this would be the area. I slightly doubt it based on the reduction of 25%. This is not this one, right?
What MP Bryan is looking for is OE 96.
Thank you. No questions from me on this one.
In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question that honorable members approve the item on the schedule described as CBO 20, Assistance to the Premier and Administration of the Premier's Office in the amounts of $1,184,658 and for 2026 and $1,185,295 for 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is added to the schedule to the bill. CBO 21, Public Broadcasting of Public Information and On-Air Programs. CBO 21, Broadcasting, Mr. McTaggart, member from Georgetown East.
Just one question, sir. Does this include the CIG TV as well as Radio Cayman?
Premier?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Through you.
Thanks.
Any further questions on CBO 21?
Thank you. To you, Mr. Chair, I have a question. Radio Cayman is obviously our well-trusted and depended upon national radio station, upon which I give my full support. Saddened to see that their budget has reduced by 5% and 2% respectively. As, in my opinion, or maybe the equity injections might have increased, I don't know. When we get there, I'll look at it then. But the advancements for Radio Cayman, can the Premier or his team give us the direction of the advancements of the broadcasting of this radio station for me, please?
Premier?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. It's a good question. So I'll give credit where credit is due. The lady member for Cayman Brac East put a lot of time in trying to refurbish not just the studio, but also give them more posts. Due to the length of time for recruitment and procurement, a lot of it that should have been done that was not done. So I think they have now net 3 new posts. I think the appropriation that the lady member fought for gave them 10. They were able to, they now coming into 26 and 27 have net new 3. And based on us having a soft freeze and having to manage OpEx carefully, we weren't able to add anything further. But the works that the lady member introduced are on the way. So the studio component, that refurbishment should hopefully be done by the end of this year. There's also the reception area. It had to rerun the procurement for reasons I won't bore you with, but hopefully we'll still be able to complete it by the end of this year. The bunker is done, so that has been completed. And then there's 2 more bunkers that are not on site. One is in Northwood and one is on the Sister Islands. The Northwood one is ongoing, and the Sister Islands is still on the radar. Probably will not be completed before the end of this year, but is firmly on the radar to be coordinated between myself and Minister DaCosta in dual capacity as district admin and also for Home Affairs, because a bit of it falls under his area in Home Affairs.
Member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the minister say when the broadcast efforts for Radio Cayman will be added to those many social media platforms you were talking about, because people don't always be on one particular one?
Honorable Premier.
Good question. It's an excellent question. So it's something that we're keen to do to boost the listening audience of Radio Cayman. So both this appropriation and the one that had to do with comms generally, we're trying to link that to make sure that Radio Cayman gets boosted on far more platforms, because it's just not happening now, and it's a shame because some really good information and content goes on to Radio Cayman, and we need to increase the viewership.
Thank you for that answer, Premier. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Premier give a commitment on timelines? Because we've been speaking about this from a couple of budgets, and I still only seen it on certain platforms.
Fair, very fair. I would like to see that increase happen within the first 2 quarters of the year. At least, if it's not all the way, you see more increased exposure for Radio Cayman.
Okay. I'll follow up with a question by the end of June, if I haven't heard anything by then.
I would welcome the PQ.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, in respect to this output group, the Radio Cayman's principal operation is to allow the government distribution of information, but also the opposite side being the opposition's opportunity to do so. And I think that the model that, if I remember correctly, that Radio Cayman was trying to develop was that of BBC, which is funded by the core government, but an independent body that is not dictated to by the government of the day, which allows for neutrality, accountability on both sides. Can the minister say if there is a policy outlines of host talents that they adhere to in respect to delivering of those mandates?
Honorable Premier.
I'll double check whether or not there's a specific policy just over Radio Cayman, so give me a moment to confer. But as civil servants, they'd still be bound by the overall neutrality as civil servants. Just as I thought, there isn't a specific policy in relation to Radio Cayman, but they're bound by the overall code of conduct to maintain neutrality.
Mr. Bryan, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Premier, for that answer. How is this policed to ensure that the requirements, though there's no specific ones for the entity, but the overall requirements are adhered to?
Honorable Premier.
Well, certainly, so I don't stray over to Section 55 of the Constitution. It's not by anyone on the front bench. So that would be squarely within the remit of the portfolio of civil service and the DG.
That is totally fair, and I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
There are no further questions.
Actually, I have a question.
Mr. Saunders, member for Bordentown West.
Just curious, Mr. Chairman, the actual budget cuts, I mean, you have some staff positions that are basically were vacant before. I understand there have been some cuts. I mean, how does that affect the existing staff or the staff that's remaining by staff that are basically being retired?
Honorable Premier.
So it is a good question because, as I said, it would have been ideal to keep the sub-funding posts that they did receive to enhance the services even more. But I'm advised that the entity is appropriately and adequately staffed for day-to-day operations. There are a couple of posts that have individuals who have met retirement, and so then those jobs would then become vacant, and then recruitment in the normal way would occur.
As there are no further questions pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as CBO 21, broadcasting of public information and on-air programs in the amounts of $2,150,479 in 2026, $2,229,487 in 2027. Total bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, the ayes have it. CBO 22, services provided by the London office. No questions. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Premier. This funding, I just want to confirm, is separate to any funding that would have been received under the financial services because of the function it plays with the students, etc. And in answering that, could you let me know what the positions are of the three team members? And it's a little confusing. It says Cayman Islands Government UK has 3 team members, 2 of whom are Caymanian. And then the Cayman Islands Government UK office have 1 manager who is Cayman. Okay. If you could explain the positions of the 3.
Premier.
Thank you for the question. So yes, this is separate than the appropriation under financial services, which are all the other offices. The London office falls under the Cabinet Office because of the unique role that it plays in terms of communication between Cabinet, myself, and the post of Premier, and then also on the other end with the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. The makeup is the head of office, Dr. Tasha, is I guess in a sense the manager, the leader of the office, and I think supported by 2 more. Hold on, let me get the names of their posts. I know one I want to say off the bat, my friend Philippa Knights. So she's definitely one of them. She's the other Caymanian. Just getting one more. And then the other is an admin support who is Caymanian. So Dr. Tasha plus 2.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want, then, because it says the Cayman Islands Government UK has 3 team members, 2 of who are Caymanian. It does go on to say that it has 1 manager who is Caymanian.
It should be better worded. There should be 3 total Caymanians, 1 who's the leader, and then 2 subordinates.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that the increase in the cost is merely due to the cost related to Cayman Day. Was Cayman Day always under this provision? Wasn't it? I thought it was with culture and heritage before. No?
Premier.
No. So it's always been under this. Now, it doesn't mean that we don't necessarily have another ministry contribute, but the appropriation itself has always been here.
Okay. Thank you.
Pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule entitled CBO 22, services provided by the London office in the amounts of $1,477,531 in 2026 and $1,482,319 in 2027. Total bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. CBO 24, National Hazard Preparedness, Mitigation, Response, and Recovery Services. Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to start off by congratulating the HMCI and their team for the excellent work they've been doing over the years. I must say that the preparation and communication with members has been at the highest level, and I am happy that we have not had to use their services, but I felt that we would be prepared if anything happened. Is there any communications or connections to a potential NICE program with this group in respect to if there were to be a cleanup exercise? Because I'm just trying to find synergies where the program that could help us as we transition in the labor market, immigration controls and all that, we will have that lag of people who are not finding work, whether things like this could be a synergy, and if so, would the government consider it?
Honorable Premier.
Just make sure I understand the question. Is it that the suggestion, tell me if I'm wrong, that this entity help manage the NICE program or have people who work for the NICE program? Can you just clarify the question?
Definitely not manage it.
I didn't think so. So
No.
just clarify for me.
Yeah, not manage it. I'm talking about having, I guess, partnerships with the minister who is responsible for delivering the NICE program to coordinate in the event of. So as you can see, it says coordinating distribution and relief supplies, cleanups of debris. So first thing I hear cleanup, I think, okay, there's an opportunity here, right?
So, Mr. Chair, through you, if the question is in terms of collaboration, and when there is a, hopefully not a disaster, but even a downpour of rain, that they can use their technology, which has increased in the last few years, to pinpoint exactly which district or area is affected the most, there should be that collaboration. But the program itself, as you alluded to earlier, would be run under the Ministry of Plahi.
Lady Member for Cayman Brac East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Premier. In light of Melissa and Jamaica, is there any cause for further scrutinization of the policy to ensure that we can adapt to the evolving environmental climate change effects, especially in the Caribbean?
Honorable Premier.
Yeah, we can always do more. What I've been impressed with this particular unit is their reach in the region in terms of the information that they gather, the data analytics that they're able to obtain, and the technology that they've been incorporating. They will also be working in hand with the Ministry of Sustainability and Environment in terms of climate change policy, because it's real. We're seeing the effects of it. As you know, an avid watcher of the weather, it was close. Melissa could have been us. So the more in which we're able to adapt climate mitigation policies, the better off that we'll be. But yes, this unit plays an integral role.
Lady Member for Cayman Brac East, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Honorable Premier. As a follow-up, is there any elasticity in the current budget for capital acquisition for more Starlinks, again, in light of what we saw occurring in Jamaica? And if not, that's fine, but once the attention is brought to it, because I know it's a fairly new technology, and some in the private sector have accessed it, from what I understand. And we have moved along from where we were several years ago, but I think that perhaps the Honourable Premier and his team may want to ensure before June next year that we're well up, because that's another lesson I certainly learned from looking at Jamaica.
And Premier, as you answer it, recall that on Friday, we've just approved Starlink via ORCO, or OFRIG as we used to call it.
That's correct. That's the answer, I think, to the lady member's question. So although not within this entity's remit, it is useful to them in terms of getting that connectivity of Starlink. So with that clearance from off-reg underway, and hopefully some capital in Plahi, that will then be another backup source of Starlink.
There's no further questions. First went to Standing Order 833. I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule entitled CBO 24, National Hazard Preparedness Mitigation, Response and Recovery Services, in the amounts of $1,985,867 in 2026 and $2,087,843 in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. This item stands as part of the schedule to the bill. CBO 25, Meteorological Services.
Mr. Chairman.
I caught the eye of Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
To the Leader of the Opposition.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And note that this is usually under, or used to be under tourism. I would have thought the Minister of Tourism would like to be able to control the weather, you know, but just a bit of levity there this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, through you, I just asked if it would be, you know, if the Honorable Premier would like to give an update on the radar repairs. I know it's down.
Honorable Premier.
So I had a summary of it in my opening statement, but it's come to its end of life. A new one is coming online now. The radar will be down for about 6 weeks, so that work can continue, because the team is quite confident that, and let's hope that they're right, but with cold fronts coming in, the hurricane season is in effect over. They will then, in that 6-week period, rely on regional tools to make sure that they can still predict the weather and monitor the weather, but then it should be updated at 6 weeks, and then the lifespan should be for another 10 years.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, continuing. Member for Bodden Down West, Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And this question could have also gone on the OE 125, but I'll just ask it now anyway. One of the things that we saw during the U.S. government lockdown was basically how the National the Hurricane Center basically got closed down in the process. And we are basically very dependent on the Caribbean. There are certain things that we have taken for granted. And now we recognize that the U.S. is having their own challenges right now. So from a Caribbean standpoint, while I recognize that this is an expensive endeavor, is there something that we're looking at regionally where we can be, I guess, a little bit more, I guess, self-sufficient with regards to weather services, or as opposed to depending on an agency that we see now can be shut down that provides a very valuable service?
Honorable Premier.
I think so. Let me just confer to give you an updated answer. I think so, though. Through you, Mr. Chair, as I suspected, we're developing stronger links within the Caribbean. Two, within the U.S. as a backup, there is a contract with the University of, is it Texas? Building a relationship with the University of Texas through John Paul to be able to have that resiliency in case we can't rely on it. And then in addition to that, we're also building resiliency with the UK Met Office. So in the event the U.S. goes down, we still have some capability.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are talking to my constituent, John Paul. That's all. Correct answer. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I saw him smile when I said the name, so I figured that was the route.
Leader member for Cameron East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wonder if the Honorable Premier could confirm whether or not you're still a member of the CMO, the Caribbean Met Office, and so the advantages that offer the region now that the radar is down would obviously create a black spot. And secondly, if I may have two in one, Mr. Chair, seeing that we are in Europe for our financial services protection of the jurisdiction, I wonder if the Premier would give an undertaking to add to the agenda in due course the possibility of having a memorandum of understanding with the euro, because it has proven to be a much more accurate forecasting and predictor platform.
Honorable Premier.
Through you, yes, I'm happy to give that undertaking to the lady member, Mr. Chair, because when we were, take Hurricane Melissa, for example, when we were watching the different models, you could see that the EU model was also helpful. Now, in this example, people may have said that it was a bit more cautious, and it looked a little bit scarier if it came out under that model. But what it did is it helped enhance our preparedness that Melissa could have hit us. So yes, I'm happy to give that undertaking. And yes, we are still a member of the Caribbean region, so we still have that resource to rely on, particularly in the 6 weeks while the radar is being reconstructed.
Mr. Mike Taggart, member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Through you to Premier, I wasn't quite sure what you were saying about with regard to the Doppler radar. Is it the case that what's there now reaches end of life, all the guts are going to be taken out and new one put in? Or are we looking at just overhauling and replacing parts?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. I think it'd be more accurate to describe it as a refurbishment than a complete tear down and rebuild.
Okay. And then I read somewhere in here too that with regard to the automatic weather observation systems, the AWOS, you're going to have 4 of them. Could you tell me where they're going to be located?
Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's already one in Georgetown, so we're looking at West Bay, North Side, BRAC, and Little Cayman.
And will these systems, observation systems, will they be tied in to the airport and air traffic control there so that planes can gain access to this information rather than the current system we have of hourly updates?
Honorable Premier.
I'm advised that it will be tied into air traffic control.
Okay, good. That's a huge improvement.
Member for...
One final question then. The actual Met Office, the new office, when is that slated for completion?
Honorable Premier.
I think we said that. It was June 2026.
Sorry if I missed it.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, and this is just a general observation more than anything else. I recall when John Paul Clark had reached out to us in terms of recognizing the challenges, but seeing how we could, I guess, work with different entities to enhance our own weather services. But the message I want to send to residents and everyone who call the Cayman Islands home is that it is through efforts like these when people reach out to us unsolicited to offer solution, to offer assistance, that is welcome. And I want to say to members of the public who have knowledge on many things is that sometimes just reach out to an MP or reach out to someone in government if you have a good idea, a great idea, because sometimes these things can originate from people in the public. We have a very diverse population. We have people from over 130 different countries. That's people with 130 different experiences that we can all learn from. And I welcome everyone who called the Cayman Islands home to take that kind of approach of saying, you know what, we see something tried in our country, it worked or it didn't work. Be careful of doing this, be careful of doing that. But just maintain those communication lines and just take advantage of the diverse society that we have. So I just wanted to make that general observation. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Premier.
No, I take the observation on board. Thank you.
Is there
I just,
Honorable Leader of the Opposition?
yeah, Mr. Chairman, just also to echo the deputy's comments on the wonderful job that the HMCI team does, but also to congratulate the Met Office and Mr. Powery during the tracking of the storm. He stood there in the face of the HMCI executive under questions about is he sure that the storm is going to turn? And he reassured us and provided all the scientific details, and his experience really shone throughout that process. I felt sorry for him sometimes, but I want to thank him for reassuring us, because we were all under pressure from our constituents. I want plywood, I want this, and we were saying, just relax, hold on. And so I want to recognize that and thank him for his professionalism.
Thank you. Yes, and that's the thing about these things. We have a lot of resources in government, and we have to rely on those who are best positioned in those specific areas. Any further questions? No further questions. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule entitled CBO 25 Meteorological Services in the amounts of $2,936,365 in 2026 and $2,979,309 in 2027 to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I can ask, I don't know if anyone has any questions on TP 58 and TP 128.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. So, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the items entitled TP 58, Support for Services of the Red Cross, $70,000 in 2026 and $70,000 in 2027, and TP 128, Sponsorships and Community Support, $150,000 in 2026, $150,000 in 2027. To the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items to the schedule, on the schedule, do now form part of the bill. Other executive expenses, OE 96. Executive salary reimbursements, OE 96.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is the opportunity where the Premier was going to outline the support staff for his office.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the verbiage of reimbursement is odd. I think that's probably just some historical hangover that probably should be, it's not quite clear, put it that way. But it is the line item of the budget in which covers the staffing that's politically appointed versus an earlier line item that are civil servants. So in this case, on taking office, I asked the Cabinet Office staff, in terms of the volume of work that comes to the Office of the Premier, what have they seen as a model that seemed to be efficient and productive and solid? So they pointed to give credit where credit is due to the structure formed under former Premier Sir Alden, where he had 5 staff. So we set up a organizational structure modeled off that. The only difference in this case, which required 2 more posts, is that this is more of a structured coalition. And to share resources per our coalition agreement, we allowed each of the other 2 groups, so TCCP is one, of course, CIMP, if they would like a executive advisor to them, sitting in the office of the Premier so that they're on the spot when policy is being reviewed, questions come in, both locally and internationally, and then offer the same to the independents. So rather than under Sir Alden where there were 5, we have 7. So the Chief of Staff is under Ms. Pilar Bush. For the National Party, it is Ms. Juliette Defoe. For the independents, they selected Richard Parchment. We have a data analytics person who was just started recently in Joelle Burke. Natasha Whitelock is the caucus secretary. Director of Community Engagement is Mr. Anthony Ramon. And then there's an operations assistant, day-to-day, Ms. Diane Wells. So 7 in total.
Thank you so much. That's great detail. So I guess that would explain the $661,000 increase in that line item from the previous administration.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If there are no further questions, pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the item on the schedule entitled OE 96 Executive Salary Reimbursements in the amounts of $1,261,608 in 2026, $1,273,608 in 2027. Total bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. OE 125.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we can ask if anyone have an EI 36. I think we spoke to that earlier.
Right. Thank you, members. So we will put as an approval of the following items on block. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, put the question as to whether honorable members approve the remaining items on the schedule entitled OE 125 Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency Membership, $116,400 in 2026, $116,400 in 2027. OE 132 Depreciation on Cabinet Office Executive Assets, $350,000 in 2026, $350,000 in 2027, and EI 36 Cabinet Office, $3,454,877 in 2026, and $1,128,117 in 2027. Total bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items on the schedule do now stand part of the bill. I would like to invite the Premier to give a wrap-up statement, if he should wish, on the conclusion of the appropriations to the Cabinet Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'd like to thank all members of caucus for their support and the members of the opposition for their questions. Thank you very much. thank the staff led by Samuel Rose. I know it's not easy managing leaders, but you do a very, very good job in your diplomatic and faithful way, including all of the entities and agencies that support you and support us. In particular, just as seen in recent weeks, as the leader of the opposition mentioned, it really was a heartening sight to see all of the agencies that make up the Weather Service and hazard management come together as you're monitoring Melissa. It was as hairy as the leader of the opposition described, and Acting Director Kerry was under major pressure. All of the agencies were under major pressure, but they performed brilliantly. And then they also stepped up when Cayman Islands was no longer in the focus of Melissa, stepped up in terms of helping us organize supplies for Jamaica. So a huge effort. Look forward to the Weather Service being improved even further, and all of the communication touch points that we mentioned being enhanced in 26 and 27, and getting on with an e-cabinet. Thank you, Sam Rose, and to all your directors and managers. God bless.
Mr. Chairman, if I can say thank you to the staff for their amazing work as well. We appreciate you. We're not there in the office with you like them, but we love you as well, and we thank you for your hard work.
Honorable Attorney General, Portfolio of Legal Affairs, I can only hope that they love you as much. Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General, welcome to the session of Finance Committee to consider appropriations Mr. Chair, sorry, colleagues, we will now examine output groups to be purchased by the Honorable Attorney General, found on page 41 of the appropriation bills, appropriations to the Attorney General, starting with LGA 1. Welcome to the committee, Honorable Attorney General, and your massively impressive body of support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just for the record, the support staff you see here are from the Portfolio of Legal Affairs, some from the Judicial Department, the DPP's office. So it's but, Mr. Chair, also just to make clear that I must apologize, I don't have an opening statement as such. But given that, except for the law school, Mr. Chair, we are essentially a referral agency. It's difficult for us to make projections, and we basically depend on referrals from other agencies over which we have no control. We provide primarily legal advice and legal representations for courts and tribunals on behalf of government and government agencies. Our society, Mr. Chair, has become extremely litigious, and therefore we find ourselves spending a lot of time in court and before tribunals. The FRA, as usual, is in the business of receiving, analyzing, and distributing suspicious activity reports, and also dealing with sanctions, including international sanctions. And so our portfolio budget request for approximately $11 million, certainly in respect of the legal portfolio, is geared towards facilitating these services, Mr. Chair. And we'll be happy to answer any questions as it relates to these entities. Thank you.
LGA 1, recognize Mr. Saunders, member for Borden Down West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Opening General for his opening remarks. I've gone through his financial statements, and I think maybe outside of the Premier, I have full confidence in his CFO. But just, I noticed, in general speaking, that the increase is roughly $1 million, I mean, using 2025 as a base year. And I notice it's primarily driven pretty much by staff. There's nothing major that jumps out other than the fact that their full-time staff is moving from a forecasted position of 74 this year to 80 in 2026 and 81 in 2027, which pretty much jumps up the, which pretty much justifies the increase. So just briefly with that, Mr. Chairman, the 6 new positions that the AG has in his budget, what do those positions generally cover, those new positions?
Thank you, Chair.
Will Attorney General.
Thank you. So, first of all, we're looking to hire 2 additional drafters. There is an increase in demand for drafting services, and it is important that we position ourselves to accommodate those requests. So we're looking at additional drafters for the portfolio. We're also hoping to hire a couple of analysts for the Financial Reporting Authority, primarily 3 additional staff there to handle not just the volume of suspicious activity reports, but also to help with sanctions, which has become increasingly, quite a bit of traffic in recent times because of the international nature of these things, including what is happening with Russia and Ukraine and UK imposing sanctions and other countries doing that. So that is primarily the bulk of the hiring.
Any further questions on LGA?
And just to confirm, you have to fill in vacant posts, Mr. Honourable Member. Thank you.
Honourable Member, continuing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Honourable Attorney General for that response. Just in terms of drafters, and this is one of the things why I'm kind of glad he said that, is recognizing also that the AG's office also provides support to Parliament. One of the things I think other MPs would find quite useful is rather than sometimes bring in motion, if you want to make an amendment to legislation in terms of actual, will at least one of those drafters be assigned to assist, Parliament or members of Parliament in that regard, or is it strictly for government and Parliament should be looking their own resources?
Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. There's no hard and fast rule which says that we can't assist. We certainly would be happy to do so within resources and so. But what we would, of course, understandably prefer is if we are given adequate notice and full background that leads up to the request for assistance. I find sometimes we are basically being asked on the spot within the chambers, within the hall here, to assist with crafting legal language and so on. And it is not that easy for our drafters to basically sit down and turn those into acceptable legislative jargons and so. So within resources, Honourable Member, we'd be happy to assist.
Thank you very much. And my last observation for now, recognizing others may want to question you, I just want to extend my thanks to your Law Reform Commission team. I'm one of them who actually enjoy reading their reports. They did a very good job on the recent Appeals Tribunal bill also quite a while back, but they gave me a chance to go back and read it. So they did some pretty good work there, and I just want to thank them and recognize them for the work that they have done, because I know it's not easy. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will close off for now.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just by way of, I guess, response to the somewhat non-statement statement that was delivered, I think it's important that for the record that unless your ministry or your portfolios of responsibilities intend to do nothing new, it's important that you give the indication of what the country will expect from your areas of portfolio for the next 2 years. That's the purpose of a budget debate. The details are essential. Sadly, I know that you may have been the victim of a premature shutdown of the budget, because from all of my research, most times the AG and the DG would give contributions as to what to expect from their areas of responsibility, any new highlights, changes, intended things to address over the 2-year period. And I am saddened because I can't do my job properly to examine those things today to say, okay, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. Anyway, with that being said, I think you opened up the door about the legal advice to MPs in Parliament. And though you have highlighted that there's no hard and fast rule preventing you from doing it, I would say the opposite is true. There is no hard and fast rule mandating that you do it. And as a member of Parliament and the resources necessary for me to do my job in the opposition, it is essential that we outline what is available to me without subjectivity. So the question is, does the opposition members have a right to get services from you? Because if your answer is no, which is highly possible, we have to address the support systems for members of parliament on the opposite side of government. Hopefully that question is clear.
Yeah, it's clear, but it's broad. You asked whether you are entitled to services from us. So what does that entail?
Services meaning, if I call, can you say no? If I need legal drafting for bills, or interpretations, thank you, member, or interpretations, because I find it rather peculiar where your job is to legally advise the government, legally advise His Majesty's representative, and the opposition, which puts you in a very difficult spot. And I think the roles should be separated, and I think there's been some considerations for separation of those things from before. But right now I'm trying to secure the sources of support for this side. I know the government, you will answer any beck and call from the Premier and the Governor. But we need to know, without question, where we will get the support to do our job in the opposition.
Thank you. So we are the AG's advisor to the Parliament, not the opposition. So to the extent that there are issues being distilled in the Parliament that requires legal input, the Attorney General's chamber, or the Attorney General provide that sort of assistance. If you are thinking about getting legal advice in a position where that put you in the adversarial situation with the government, then clearly, as you rightly and astutely point out, that would be very difficult for the AG chambers to do. But to answer the lady member's sort of voice a comment and interpretation of legislation, that is something that we provide to anybody, because whatever interpretation we give, it doesn't depend on who it is. It depends on the facts and the law. And so that is something that we could readily provide, whether you're in opposition or government. That is our interpretation of the legislation. After all, we are responsible for drafting them, so we think we have an idea what it should be saying.
Thank you.
Remember continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, AG. That gives us some level of clarity to our predicament that we're in. So certainty for interpretation, but potential hurdles for drafting. And I'm certain that our clerk would be recalling the inputs into this Parliament as we try to clarify the structure upon which support will be available for opposition. So I'll leave that there. I think enough has been said. Mr. Chairman, my other question for the AG as the legal advisor to the government is my concern over some of the legalities of some of the fee structures presented. One in particular is the legality to enforce fees on non-Caymanian drivers and their vehicles. Have you been consulted in respect to the legality of that?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. So, we don't usually say whether or not we advise the government on a particular issue. In dealing with legislation, including the appropriation legislation, there's a presumption of legality. So if the government sought to impose fee, the presumption is that until a court says otherwise, then it is legal. So until we get to that stage, the presumption is that whatever the government is seeking to do here enjoys legality.
Thank you, the Honourable AG, and to you, Mr. Chairman, I guess then it would make no sense to ask you whether you think it would be enforceable to do such a thing.
Probably not.
presumption is that it is enforceable.
Okay, thank you so much. Next question, through you, Mr. Chair.
Member continuing.
Thank you. Moving on to the Law Reform Commission, I know the Honorable Premier had mentioned a number of series of reforms that will be addressed from election reforms. Let's stick to that one. Can you give us any update on where we are with the process of completion of the recommendations to Cabinet for consideration?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. I think you think in particular about the issue to do with cannabis and the lottery?
No, not really, but you can highlight those two. I was actually talking about the reform to the elections finances, election finance support as well. But you can stick to those two. I just want to give the public some updates on where we are with some of those reforms.
Okay, so in respect to the referendum issues, which is the cannabis, for example, the Law Reform Commission has done the scoping paper, basically mapping out the issues to be looked at, and that is then going to inform some wider consultations. I think the scoping papers was done in October, yeah. And that will then inform some wider consultation, Honourable Member, and following that exercise, a report will be done, which will be accompanied by recommendations and potentially draft bills, which will give the government the various options. And it is then for the government to make a policy decision as to what, if any, of the recommendations will be taken on board.
Thank you, AJ. Through you, Mr. Chairman. How long do you think before we can have the conclusion / the report completion for Cabinet to consider?
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Chair, if I could make a brief intervention. So on this matter of the two referendum questions that were yeses, that were deposited with the Law Reform Commission, the Honorable Attorney General wasn't there. In his place was a Solicitor General, and I appeared as a guest to make sure that they were taking on board those two items at their last meeting. They, as the Honorable Attorney General has said, they have agreed to accept the questions. They started a scoping paper, and they're going to come back with details. So I had planned in the December meeting to have a statement to the House to give the full update. They recently wrote to me. I haven't had time to unpack it yet, but I give you an undertaking in the December meeting. I'll make a statement. What I will say is my observation from the meeting is that they were very enthusiastic to get into both questions and deliver the government advice on how to proceed forward with their consultations. The timing will be different because one subject matter is, I don't want to use the word easier, but it's a little bit more straightforward in terms of the decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana. That one has a more straightforward path. What to do in terms of a national lottery, there were wider issues that they wanted to consider. So the timing will be different. I think one will be shorter than the other, but I give an undertaking to have a statement ready for the December meeting.
Thank you, Prime.
Thank you so much, Premier. Very well detailed. Don't need to go any further with that. If I can move my attention to another area of elucidation. The previous administration solidified through a Cabinet approval paper for the compulsory acquisition of a very well-known location called Red Spot, the Fisherman's Bay. Can you give the country an update on that within the legal parameters, obviously before the courts, just to ensure that there has been no deviation from that policy position to do so?
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. So the matter is before the court, and it is winding its way, if I might put it that way. I think a hearing date is set for March of next year before the Grand Court. So it is progressing as we speak.
Thank you so much, AG. Mr. Chairman, that's it for me for now. Thanks.
If there are no questions,
Mr. Chairman, actually, one more.
is the member from Bordentown West?
I'll give way to the member from Georgetown Central.
Member from Georgetown Central?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see you being so gracious to me today.
As always.
Mr. Chairman, another piece of legislation that was hoped to have been drafted, I don't know if the AG can give us some information on it, was to do with the appropriate measures of protection for women particularly. And I wouldn't even say only for women, but it's more media publicized pepper spray to protect women, but I'm quite sure it could protect men as well. Men are also vulnerable. Can you give us an update on where we are with that?
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Chair, if I could make a brief intervention.
Honorable Premier.
So I believe this was in response to a PQ. And the response to the PQ is that we would, as a cabinet, form a working group to look at various factors in bringing that legislation forward. That cabinet paper was approved, and the working group will start. I'll come back to you. There's a timing, because your next question is when will they be done? There's a timing in that CP that I'll message the cabinet secretary. He or his designate is the chair of that committee. So I'll come back to you on the timing, but the cabinet paper was approved and their work is going to start.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm going to ask a little bit of leeway. I want to read something here from the Constitution and just ask the Attorney General for his, I guess, interpretation or his views, since it's something that he outlined earlier. And this is on page 28 of the Constitution. It's under the Bill of Rights section, and it deals with non-discrimination. Section 16 to be exact, and 16.1 reads, subject to subsections 3, 4, 5, and 6, government shall not treat any person in a discriminatory manner in respect of the rights under this part of the Constitution. 16.2 goes on to say, in this section, discriminatory means affording different and unjustifiable treatment to different persons on any grounds such as sex, race, color, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, association with a national minority, age, mental or physical disability, property, birth, or other status. And 3 goes on to say, no law or decision of any public official shall contravene this section if it has an objective and reasonable justification and is reasonably proportionate to its aim in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, or public health. And now section 4, which is the crux of what I want to ask, it says subsection 1 shall not apply to any law so far as the law makes provision for A, for the appropriation of revenues of other funds of the Cayman Islands or for the imposition of taxation, including the levying of fees for the grants of license, and B, with respect to the entry or the exclusion from or the employment, engage in any business or profession, movement or residence within the Cayman Islands of persons who are non-Caymanian. So what do you understand from that part of the Constitution? I know you're very familiar with it, but I just wanted to get your take on it.
Thank you, member, honorable member. It's pretty much self-explanatory. It provides...
Please explain, Honorable Attorney General, because I was going to wrap that up at the end, but please explain.
It provides the government with wide berth, if I might put it that way, a margin of appreciation in certain undertakings, if you will. Craft legislation in a way that can make distinctions or a preferential treatment, especially certain trades, or in the case of immigration, the government has the wide berth to carry out preferential treatment for say, Caymanians. And so, without running afoul of the general discriminatory provisions in the Constitution. I always like to say, though, that the way the thing is crafted, it wasn't meant to be a sword. It is meant to be a shield. So the government embarked on a particular course, which ended up having preferential treatment for certain sector, the Caymanians, or designating certain businesses for Caymanians, and the government is challenged. The government can resort to those provisions as a shield for undertaking those sort of policy decisions. And so I hope I assisted that.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central, you want to retract the earlier statement or question?
No, not really, but I am very happy that we are getting clarity, because at the end of the day, what is most important in this Honorable House is clarity to what we're doing. And by all means, I don't think that anybody would want us not to get clarity to the revenues upon which we depend for the balancing of our budget. And in light of almost $10 million subsection of revenues coming from that area, it would only be important to examine that. And I would also like to say thank you to my colleague for highlighting that provision within the Constitution is quite relevant and gives the support to the government. But the foundation of the question posed about the legality of some subsets of the revenue bunch was on the basis of we've tried similar things before that did not hold up in court. And I know that you'd recall our amazing Chief Justice, before she was Chief Justice, making a ruling on things that were suggested to be discriminatory between Caymanian and non-Caymanian in respect to rights to do things. But I guess maybe the distinction, and we're talking about the fishing situation, and I'm happy to see, maybe my distinction was not relevant in apples to apples, but my concern was based on that. So maybe you can give some clarity.
I didn't think, yeah, if you're talking about the fishing matter, I didn't think it crystallized into a decision. I think what she did was made an observation, but she never made a ruling, if I recall, that it was discriminatory. But she did make an observation. I made an observation about the propriety of it, if you will. And so, but stop short of saying that it was discriminatory.
Thank you, AJ. And I'll say this to the Honorable Minister of Finance and Chair. It seems as if that the interpretation is full authority is there for you to raise those necessary monies, and I wish you well as a government in that respect. For all of us.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next question. AG, you may recall that we passed some legislation in the administration where the Honorable Sir Alan McLaughlin was Premier last. And in that legislation, it had to do with practicing attorneys' ratios within the Cayman Islands context as well as foreign context. And I think, if my memory serves me well, that there's some, in some of those sections of that legislation passed is now coming in to be enacted now or soon. There is concerns in the community that the ratios agreed to when that legislation was passed may be adjusted and adjusted not in the best interest of the Caymanian attorneys. And let me explain, and you can either confirm or deny this is happening so those attorneys, Caymanian attorneys, can feel more comfortable. Basically, I don't know the exact figure, but there's a ratio within the parameters of how many non-Caymanians practicing outside of Cayman who are not called to the bar in a company compared to those how many the company has to have. Hypothetically speaking, 6 to 1. Just as an example, that's not the number. I don't recall the number off the top of my head. Maybe you do. But the concern now is that there is an intention to reduce that to, say, hypothetically speaking, 3 to 1, which will obviously allow less lawyers needed locally and less need for Caymanian lawyers. If that is not the case, I'd be happy to hear from you today. I've spoken with the Honorable Premier, who has not had any indication of that. Are you aware of such thing? Is there any intention to do so? Can you give any clarity?
I'm aware of the ratio. It is 1-to-1. And it is in the primary legislation. That's where it is provided. And there has not been any discussion that I'm aware of to amend the law to change that ratio. And I think, Honourable Member, if there was such a discussion, it would more than likely be in the Legal Services Council, which I'm a member, chaired by the Honourable Chief Justice. We haven't had any discussion about that. So it's not on the table as far as I'm aware. And as I said to you before, it's in primary legislation, it would have to come here.
Any further questions on LGA 1? There are no further questions on LGA 1 pursuant to Standing Order 83-3. I'm requesting honourable members to vote on the following output group: LGA 1, legal advice and representation in civil matters, in the amounts of $3,272,045 for 2026.
Mr. Chairman, I do apologize. I think the standing orders allow me to stop you before the vote is taken officially. Something did just came to mind, and I'd like to ask the Attorney General on this line item before we conclude.
Please proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trust me, I don't like to interrupt you when you're calling for a vote, but if I don't get a chance to ask it now, I won't never for another 2 years.
And ask parliamentary questions, but please proceed.
True. Through you, Mr. Chair, AG, there's been a growing concern about marriages of convenience, and I know the government is trying to do its endeavor best to make amendments to the law, which much of which myself and other members in the opposition support, and I'm not going to preempt that discussion. But there is also a growing concern about the difficulty for divorces, which sometimes leave people in marriages that are not wanted. Has there been any discussion about reforming the divorce structure? I know that sounds terrible, but it is a real thing where in the immigration component of things, because the quicker you get a divorce, the quicker the rights awarded with it can be taken away.
Honourable Member, thanks for the question. The truth is that there have been discussions about reforming marriage, law, and divorces. But it is probably not in the context in which you are positing the question. What we have been looking at as it relates to divorce is what we call change into a no-fault ground for divorces. So where it is now, when you have divorces, you distill all the dirty linen in public, in court and all of that. The reform that we're looking at would be a more sort of a seamless approach where none of that is publicized or ventilated. And so it is a more dignified process, if I might put it that way, where both parties can emerge from that with their reputation intact, and most importantly, children, if they're children of the marriage, don't have to walk around with the scars of what caused the parents to separate. And so that is the angle from which we're looking at it.
Thank you, AG. And just to do a quick follow-up on that, and I think that's a good thing. So I welcome that reform when it comes and look forward to see what the report suggests and potentially any amendments to the law. What I am specifically probably talking about more is the obligations in order to get a formal divorce, and some of those things are also costs associated with it. But also, I'd like to give you an example. One of my constituents wants to get a divorce and just can't afford to do so, simply put. He can't afford to pay for a lawyer, and I think that there could be some, I guess, lower bodies, lower courts, I guess you would call them, what you call the arbitrators. I'm not sure if there's other structures where persons can potentially get out of bad situations easier, because what I've been told is that it's easy to get into a marriage and hard to get out of in Cayman. And many people are, stuck inside of them, not wanting to be there. And when we look at it from the immigration component, in most cases, it is the troubling with a person who is non-Caymanian, who will, as the time takes longer for the divorce to happen, gets closer and closer to the opportunity of benefits upon which we're trying to curtail a little bit right now. So I don't know if you can give any answer to that. If not, that's fine. I'll try to figure out how to talk about it another way.
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Honourable. I am not aware of any effort in that regard, but what I could do is could have a word with the Honourable Chief Justice and the Law Reform Commission to see whether there is any scope for a more seamless process, if I understand what you're getting at. And so I'll be happy to do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Boyd Down West.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask for your assistance because I want to say something right now, and this is normally the part that gets me in trouble sometimes. But, I can't help myself sometimes. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Attorney General, is there any review being done of the marriage law with the view of probably revoking or cancelling the licenses of some marriage officers? And I say that to say this, that when we look at the majority of marriages, especially marriage of convenience, that shows up on the radar, at least I'm speaking from my previous experience in a previous life, the majority of them was the same marriage officer. And at some point, someone has got to say that it can't be a situation where all of these are literally popping up from one marriage officer, versus for the many that we have. So, so from that standpoint, is there anything being done to maybe look at in terms of strengthening legislation to revoke the license of marriage officers? Because some people out there shouldn't be marrying some people.
Miss.
Yeah.
Miss. Honorable Attorney General, do you care to proffer a response?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Honourable Member. I was just trying to get some feedback from the drafting department. She thinks that there was some proposal. Something is in train to tighten up the entire area as it relates to the conduct and the level of due diligence that is required of marriage officer. And she is confident there's some work that is being done around that. I am not privy to most of the details and so, but what I can do is drill down into that a bit more and provide the Honourable Member with some response and so. But there's some work being done around it as we speak.
Honorable Attorney General, just if you could also comment on how modernized is it called the banns of wedding, the formal announcement or disclosure process? Because I have gotten a lot of people complain about those simply being in churches and post offices. And I had complaints around 2 families whose adult children were former Sunrise clients. and therefore there was a question as to their true capacity to enter into a marriage. And the complaint they had was that there was no way of them knowing. So is there any view to modernizing that, given the fact that we now live in a digital age and not the age where people used to frequent places like post offices, etc., on a frequent basis, and therefore would see these things?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sorry, I don't remember. I recall distinctly that there was some discussion around where these notices should be posted, and some place that is quite conspicuous enough to the public. I think the Deputy Governor's Office, I think, has conducted that. And I'm going to ask Ms. Gloria, the acting, or whoever is acting as Deputy Governor, to prepare some answers when they get here, so that the chambers can be made aware of the direction of travel as it relates to those reforms. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, can I add to the contribution, please?
Honorable Minister, you have a question or a...
I just wanted to add to the contribution in regards to the member in terms of regulations for tightening up the loopholes in marriages of convenience. We are bringing that in terms of regulations. So just to add to the Attorney General's contribution, it is something that my ministry is taking on in conjunction with the immigration reform, because we've seen it. It is killing our department at this point. So it is going to be coming to caucus and then on the cabinet, and the AG's office have been involved in guiding us on how we tighten some of those loopholes up.
Thank you very much, Minister. Is there no further questions? Pursuant to Standing Order 83-3, I move that the following item on the schedule, entitled LGA 1, Legal Advice and Representation in Civil Matters, in the amounts of $3,272,045 in 2026 and $3,384,198 in 2027, be voted on by members. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The item on the schedule now stands part of the bill. Thank you very much, members.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Premier.
Under the appropriations to financial services, the member for Georgetown Central had requested that my chief officer remain. Can I dispatch him now?
I would take it that those were centered around the ratios of overseas attorneys, so yes, your staff should be free to go and do some of their good work.
Thank you, CO, for hanging around. God bless you. Have a good evening.
Members of the committee, we have LGA 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and EI 34. Can members give me an indication of what items members may have questions on? Otherwise, thank you very much for your cooperation, all members. So in accordance with Standing Order 83-3, I put the following items up for approval in block, and the question is whether honorable members approve the following items on the schedule, namely LGA 3, Law Teaching and Publications, $1,753,694 in 2026, $1,783,736 in 2027. LGA 4, Drafting of Legislation and Regulations in the amounts of $1,413,462 in 2026, $1,525,960 in 2027. LGA 5, Policy Advice and Administrative Support to the Attorney General in the amounts of $1,650,698 in 2026, $1,682,303 in 2027. LGA 6, Financial Intelligence Services, $2,622,047 in 2026, $2,784,974 in 2027, and LGA 7, Review and Modernization of Acts, $596,196 in 2026, $670,834 in 2027, and that all those items on the schedule now form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Those appropriation groups now stand part of the schedule to the bill. Members, EI 34, Portfolio of Legal Affairs.
Aye.
Since there's no questions, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether members approve the item on the schedule to the bill described as EI 34, Portfolio of Legal Affairs, in the amounts of $402,500 in 2026 and $305,500 in 2027. All those in favor of that item on the schedule forming part of the bill, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Members, we move to DPA 1, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Prosecution and International Cooperation. Are there any questions? DPP. Members, following along the schedule, this would be members, if we follow along the okay. And no questions. I put honorable members, I put the question as to whether you approve en bloc the following items on the schedule. DPA 1, Prosecution and International Cooperation in the amounts of $7,703,342 in 2026, $7,778,683 in 2027, and EI 60, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, $152,000 in 2026, $100,000 in 2027, do form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved to the schedule to the bill. We turn to appropriations on behalf of the Chief Justice. JAD 1, Administrative Support to the Judiciary. Are there any questions on the judiciary? Since there are no questions on the appropriations on behalf of the Chief Justice, I move, standing in conformity with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve all items en bloc on the schedule as follows. JAD1. Okay. Okay, so we'll move along then, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, line by line. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as JAD 1 administrative support to the judiciary in the following amounts: $3,682,222 in 2026, $3,698,654 in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved as on the schedule to the bill. JAD2, support for court proceedings. Are there any questions? Thank you, members. Let me restate. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve en bloc the following items on the schedule. JAD2, support for court proceedings in the amounts of $8,628,278 in 2026, $8,644,022 in 2027. JAD3, collection of revenue, $819,591 in 2026, $823,641 in 2027. JAD4, financial management of court funds, $706,185 in 2026, $702,728 in 2027. JAD5, support for the conduct of coronial proceedings, $104,046 in 2026, $103,366 in 2027. HEA 8, autopsies, coroner, and other related services in the amounts of $327,600 in 2026, $334,152 in 2027. NGS 2, legal aid services, $2,971,000 in 2026, $3,030,420 in 2027. NGS 93, legal services supervisory authority, in the amounts of $1,844,096 in 2026, $1,819,144 in 2027. Other executive expenses, OE1, personal emoluments for the judiciary, $4,576,262 in 2026, $4,967,815 in 2027. OE4, judiciary expenses, $914,214 in 2026, $1,073,624 in 2027. OE43, depreciation of judicial executive assets, $764,059 in 2026, $804,283 in 2027. OE57, executive bank charges, $13,000 in 2026, $13,000 in 2027. OE65, Court of Appeal expenses, $1,282,506 in 2026, $1,285,786 in 2027. EI 21, Judicial Administration, $1,500,000 in 2026, $797,500 in 2027. EA 145, Courthouse, $1,703,000 in 2026, $2,806,800 in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items on the schedule are now form part of the bill. And so, members, I would like to thank the Honorable Attorney General and members from the the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution and the Judicial Department for attending today's session of the Finance Committee. Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, I would like to thank all honorable members for the usual kindness and support in assisting with the appropriations. And of course, join you in thanking the staff of the Portfolio of Legal Affairs, the Office of the DPP, and the Judicial Department for their continuing hard work and professionalism. Thanks to all. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention, Mr. Saunders. We certainly have no difficulty with putting to the committee appropriations to the Public Accounts Committee, ADO 2. And so, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question that appropriations to the Public Accounts Committee described as ADO 2 services to the Parliament and its committees in the following amounts: $1,420,248 in 2026 and $1,491,263 in 2027 to be approved as items on the schedule to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. In accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the following question to members that we approve the following items on the schedule to the bill. OBM 1, Independent Public Complaints and Information Rights, in the amounts of $2,868,762 in 2026 and $2,923,846 in 2027. EI 75, Office of the Ombudsman, $25,000 in 2026 and $25,000 in 2027. The question is that the items on the schedule be approved as part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Members, just give us 2 minutes to confer. Members, we adjourn the proceedings in Finance Committee until 5:30.